Yeah, stay away from me.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another one of our sessions on the long-term plan. Today we will be focusing, first of all, we've got Rob Pickethley here, who's going to go over the play, active recreation and sport planning, and then we'll also hand over to Stavros, who will cover our infrastructure priority as well. So it's my pleasure to hand over to them both for today. Just a reminder, please have your mobile phones on silent. This is also being live streamed and is open and available for the public to attend, and we thank the staff who are in attendance today as well. So over to you two. Good morning.
Morena, thank you, Your Worship. Morena Tatu Katoa. Morning to all. As Mayor Tapsell said, obviously the aggregation of the functions of the group to include infrastructure and sports and recreation under one umbrella at the moment leads us to be here together with Rob. What I would like to sort of make a few comments, and I'll let Rob to get on with some of his initial presentations, but obviously what we are trying to do in this workshop today is to outline some high-level issues that are pertinent to your long-term planning considerations and eventual decision-making. Obviously, as we go through the long-term planning debates and considerations, more and more detailed information will be provided for elected members, so you have a more accurate picture of the decisions you want to make. But ultimately, I just want to emphasize that we present to you information, thoughts, views, assumptions, but ultimately we will be guided by the direction you provide for us. You are the only mandated body that can decide direction for investment, for priorities, and we're very respectful of that, but we need to give you the information as we see them. Now, our view as officers is that we are informed by the fact that defining a desirable state of a service, any service, is quite an easy task. We can all say that what we desire to have, but also it's more difficult for the actual interventions and programs related to achieving that desirable state of services because we need to take into consideration the scarcity of resources, that's the fact that it's important to achieve the most benefits for most of the community. There are always going to be functions and groups and legitimate voices in the community that would like their priorities to be given higher priority. And also, we need to balance all these other things with the community's ability to fund whatever decisions we will eventually make. So we'll start today with sports and recreation. I find it a lot easier to articulate sports and recreation than PARS, and then which includes a report from Golf New Zealand about golfing activities in the area. Rob will lead that. I'll be here with him, and obviously it'd be good to have a conversation about it, amongst yourselves and any feedback we may have, because that will lead, our ultimate design of the way forward in those areas. And after that, I will outline at high level some key aspects of our general infrastructure strategy and factors that influencing the thinking process. And then again, we should have an interactive process for which we will listen to your views and your feedback, and obviously give you the appropriate information related to that. Thank you very much. Rob?
Morena, Katoa Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. I do have a little bit of a cough, so if I grab some water halfway through, please excuse me. What we've got this morning is a significant compilation of planning that has really happened over the last sort of 12 and potentially out to 18 months. So I'd like to take you through a series of reports that lead us through to where we've ended up with play, active recreation and sports strategy. So just very quickly on contents, very few slides around sport and activity benefits, just a bit of scene setting, and then we'll get into that planning information and knowledge obtained. So we have a few slides on the open space level of service policy, which was a policy adopted by Council in 2022. And then the supply and demand assessment. So we've done some research on what we've got and how much we need with regard to sports fields, aquatics, outdoor courts. Then I have a series of slides on a draft open space network plan. Now this is a draft plan. It was done in conjunction with the play, active recreation and sports strategy, but it's an assessment more from an open space perspective and the facilities that we've got in our open spaces. Where are they? How do they match up against our open space level of service policy? What is the community needs and wishes, and what is our potential future needs in that space? And then we'll spend some time talking about the draft play, active recreation and sports strategy, which is a compilation of a lot of that previous information and a significant amount of community engagement to understand what is important to our community. We'll talk as we go through about solving some of the problems, and then also we've got Mark Webb here, the Regional Support Manager from Golf New Zealand, maybe over there, and he will be taking us through the draft Rotorua Golf Facilities Strategy. So this is a piece of work that has also been done in the last sort of 8 months as well in conjunction with the golf clubs, and Mark will come and join us to go through half a dozen odd slides towards the end of the show about that. What I'd like to do would be to actually section questions, so we'll go through each piece of information and then potentially have a question session after that. So there'll be early on 2 or 3 slides, but later on, you know, half a dozen, 7, 8 slides. So we'll do those and then we'll have questions on that, so we can do questions as we go rather than try and save them all up. And I would hope that that's going to be a smoother way to progress through it. So if there's anything that you do need, sing out as we go along. So we'll start very simply. Hopefully people will understand this, you know, the benefits of activity and sport are significant. When I think about the council priorities, the first 3 bullet points there directly relate to council priorities: community wellbeing and proud communities, smart investment, confidence and city reputation. So, you know, active and healthy communities can contribute to a range of council priorities as well as national important priorities around health and activity and wellbeing. Sport New Zealand have looked into this in a series of surveys that were carried out from 2017 to 2020, and there are a number of metrics that show active recreation, sport and play creates happier, healthy people, better connection and a stronger New Zealand. And simply from this type of slide, which is from their report, you know, 92% of public surveyed agree that they are happier and healthier through partaking in sport. 77% agree in terms of a better connected community, that physical activities help instill a sense of pride in their community. And the bottom line is around stronger New Zealand. You know, 72% agree that recreation activities have economic benefits for Aotearoa New Zealand. So there's a number of metrics, both across the health, the economic and the social measures that show helping our communities stay active has benefits for everything that we do, and that they can, their wellbeing. So I'll move into the first piece of planning work which was done in 2022, which was the open space level of service policy. Now, this is a policy that went out through public consultation. It was engaged on and it was adopted by Council in 2022. So it arose due to the fact that probably up until about 2013, 2014, the council had been, or the city had been in a period of relatively low growth. And through that, as developments occurred, through the district plan, there was acquisition of land for reserves, and a lot of those pieces of land that were acquired were not necessarily the best fit for what the community needed. You know, we've got some sections in a subdivision that have been acquired that were delivered as a reserve, and you know, they might be on the back corner of a section and actually not something that's particularly usable. All sorts of areas around the city that we've got, and as we moved into a period of growth through sort of 2015, 16, 17, it became quite clear that with more development we were going to need to have a policy around the actual open space that we were acquiring and how we were going to use it. So during 2020-21, we engaged with the community around open space and developed an open space policy that had objectives to being accessible to all, connected, enhanced, something we're proud of, delivers great outcomes, and in partnership with Te Arawa. So that was the objective of the policy. It set a number of standards for what we should be looking for open space. The quality, not just a section in the back corner of a subdivision, but actually, is this the right size? Is it the right area? Does it have the features in it that we can use to encourage people to be active and participate in activity in those places? The quantity, do we have enough of it, and where is it? Do we have the right size? Is a neighbourhood park of the right size, or do we have the right pocket parks and places and things like that? So it was around what is the quantity of it? Is it located suitably around the city? Because that was the next point about accessibility. Can people get to it? Not only can they actually use it when they get there, so like a physical accessibility perspective, but actually, are they suitably located? Because we know in the city we've got some areas where we have a whole lot of parks in a tight little area, and then there are other suburbs that actually people have to walk a long way to find a park or somewhere to recreate. And the other point that was in those level of service policy was around functionality. Do we have diversity of spaces, or are they all simply just quarter-acre grass sections? Do we actually have some areas where people can kick a ball, climb a tree? We have playgrounds and facilities like that. So the open space level of service policy selected a number of categories of parks and open space. So we had neighbourhood parks, pocket parks, community parks, sport and recreation areas. You'll know obviously our premier parks that we've got around the city. There are a number of lakeside parks out around our lakes, rural parks, outdoor adventure areas, and also looked at the ecological links. As we go through this, we're going to look a fair bit around sport and recreation parks, because they are an area that you will have heard of in the long-term plan, the annual plan discussions that are quite pertinent. They are an area where we know we have some problems, and so we'll be talking around sport and recreation parks as we go through this presentation as an example of some of the issues that we've got and some of the potential solutions, and also understanding the desire and usability of those. Here's that example from the open space level of service policy in terms of functions, what they should be for, examples, the sorts of amenities that you might expect in that type of park, and what are the provision metrics for it. So for sport and recreation reserves, you know, the function is that we want a network of reserves that are primarily set up for sport, organised sport, use for tournaments as well, but they also provide a neighbourhood park and an area for local residents. Examples, there are many examples around the city that you'll be aware of. You know, they generally have sports fields and the associated amenities required for weekend and midweek training. They will also have those other services for the immediate neighbourhood as well. And in terms of provision metrics, really what we should have for that type of park should be dictated by what our needs are, and this is where we've done supply and demand work for sports facilities to understand what those needs are, to help guide us to understand, do we have enough of these, are they in the right place? And so we'll work through that as we go through. So we've got these, the open space level of service policy has these sorts of tables for the variety of open spaces, whether they're premier parks, rural parks, lakeside parks. Talking about our sports parks, staying on that, you know, we know that we've got issues with our sports parks. Our current situation is that they're not meeting community needs. Generally, our sports parks are in relatively low-lying areas of the city or poorer quality land that was set aside as areas were developed. So the fields themselves generally, because they're nearly all apart from our main stadium field, are soil fields. The fields are not really able to cope with significant amounts of use, especially in places like Purringa Park, which is very down low, you know, very low close to the lake. Kurdau Park, which was a significant sports park, also really is a modified swamp that we're continuing to try and fight to stop being a swamp. And so fitting all these codes and teams into the limited number of parks that we've got for sports has been a problem, and that's a growing problem, and you would have heard about that during the annual plan submissions. That wasn't last winter, that was the winter before. Okay, Puketawhiro and Purringa, both of those parks have had significant periods where the use has exceeded the availability of that park to meet that level of demand, and as a result we get significant deterioration in field quality, and we have to close fields, and also we have a lot of trouble trying to fit in maintenance periods to look after these parks as best we can.
Excuse me, Rob. Don't you have fertiliser policies that restrict the amount of fertiliser that can be put onto sports fields, which reduces the amount of grass growth?
There is some limitations on the amount of fertiliser we can use under for water quality issues. In a lot of instances, that doesn't actually limit, you know, what would be recommended by the fertiliser experts. There is an upper limit, and it does cause some issues for some parks, but not all parks. Including the ones you mentioned, Purringa? Purringa is one that I'm aware that we have had recommendations where we should fertilise it. The fertiliser rate depends on the assessment every year, and some years the assessment has said you should use X amount, and we've said actually that's more than we should. Other years it's been less than X, and it's been okay. So it doesn't always happen. It depends on the level of use and the season that it's had before as to what level of renovation it needs.
And last winter, of course, was very wet, unusually so, wasn't it?
Yep. Okay, so that's really a brief section on open space level of service policy. If there's any questions on that policy, that's an adopted policy that we've been through that process and we've got it. It's a good guide for what we should be thinking about in terms of the open space parameters that we need and what we should have. So if there's no questions on that, I can move. Okay, we'll have some questions on that, and then we'll move on to some supply and demand work.
So this open space policy would be potentially reviewable by us and tweakable?
Yes, definitely.
And I understand accessibility is a good general principle, but in the case of, say, Baxendale Reserve, that you have a community there who seem to be allergic to the accessibility aspect. So it would be within our purview to be able to make an exception to a general policy.
Yes, it could be. I mean, there's a variety of other aspects around accessibility. You know, I'm thinking of, if we're talking about Baxendale, yeah, we're talking about district plan policies as well that sort of encourage esplanade strips and accessible esplanade strips. So that particular example might have some wider implications, but certainly the whole idea of any policy like that is that they're reviewable, and the open space network plan, which I'll get to in a couple of points, actually does sort of recommend that we should reconsider some areas, things around location of play spaces and how close they are, because we have a cross-city metric for that, and in reality the ability to use and appreciate play spaces probably differs across the city, and so having a single metric might not be the best way going forward. So there are certain policies in the open space level of service policy that have an opportunity to be reviewed.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. When you say you're going to look back over the previous year's use in that, would, I mean, this year or this term, the 3 times the rainfall fell in a lot to do in other parts of the country, but won't that distort some of the figures, and will that be taken into account? And just a couple of other questions.
Certainly that does affect things like our renovation. When I'll talk about the supply and demand work next, which will sort of show you how we have calculated the supply we've got and what the demand of that is, and there have been some quite significant changes in that even in the last 12 months. But then, yeah, what actually happens during the season as to how we cope with that is, I'll touch on that in the supply and demand work.
The other one is the Kotu Park area, the one off Bennett's Road and all that kind of thing. I mean, I'm so pleased to see it being used now, and good things have been put on that field, but years and years ago we kept being told, oh no, that park is no good because of the level of the lake spoils that. But I'm glad that we've kind of ignored that and gone ahead and built things on there. I think that's turned into a very good park for the area there. Yeah.
I think a couple of pertinent points. You're quite right, Councillor Maxwell. I think rainfall in the last 18 months is about 2.5–3 times the average annual rainfall, from 1,400 millimetres to about 3,500 millimetres. So significant rainfall. But I think, as Rob said earlier, we do need to be cognizant that a lot of these sports fields and facilities have been built in areas that have not always been assessed as the most suitable places. So, for example, facilities around the lake, with lake levels as they are at the moment, if you go online and check the online data for actual water tables around the lake, you'll find that water tables are about 3.5 to 4 meters higher than the lake level, which means that in sports like a Puarenga and other facilities around the lake, the groundwater table is so high, with only this minimum amount of rain, the ground gets very saturated. You know, I'm not a gardener, but I know when the ground is saturated, it's very hard to grow anything, you know, including grass. And obviously, with the pumping of sports and so on, turns around. So one of the key considerations we will have to ask ourselves is that, what can we do to improve the drainage facilities around this facility? It's not just about fertilizing or or soil. It's just about how to get rid of that excessive stormwater that sits in the fields and makes its condition deteriorating very fast.
Is this related to the regional council not keeping within the resource consent for the Rotorua lake level?
Well, let's put it on a side at this point in time as a matter of discussion and debate. The reality is that the weather patterns have flow-on effects on lake levels, water table, saturation of soils, and so on. And obviously, if our facilities are not really catering for that eventual change in patterns to the weather, then obviously we're going to have an ongoing problem in managing them effectively. Yeah. And we have to take in that consideration.
Just a couple of questions to clarify in my head. The major sports fields that get multi-code use, if you work from the east to the west, that would be Puketā Federal Park, Neil Hunt Park, Puarenga Park, Rayboard Park, Linton Park, sort of, which isn't quite really up yet, but still there, and then Waikiri, and then out to Nongata, you'd have Stembridge Road and Nongata / bowling club come rugby field, the domain down there. So those are the main ones that are getting heavily used right now.
That's correct.
So all of the ones like Park Road and Western Heights, they're those ones that used to be used when I was a kid. Selwyn, up in Otonga, they're not used anymore, are they?
No, very limited use, and that's actually, excuse me, work with the regional sporting organisations in terms of trying to redirect some use onto those areas has been an issue. There is some potential in some of those areas that, to actually add supply.
So my understanding also that the reason we've got to this point where the quality of the fields that they are at this present is due to years of underinvestment, not just recently, but it's been going on for a long time due to whatever reasons, other priorities, but they've been left to a point now where we have to do something. Is that correct? That's
partially correct. I mean, there has been relatively low investment for quite a long period of time, but there are also some areas that have underlying conditions that would tend to suggest there is a limit to the investment you can do. And when I think of Neil Hunt Park and Sawdust Fill, and I think of Puarenga Park, which Stavros touched on the drainage, we put field tiles in that park in certain areas, and the sulphur came through the field tiles and killed the grass. So there are some areas that are inherently difficult to get a return on investment for what you might be able to obtain for improvements, and sometimes there is a significant investment needed to lift the quality of the park, the amount of quality that you would lift is very, very small for the amount of money that you would put into it. And so you might actually take a field that could probably only tolerate 5 hours of effort a week, spend a significant amount of money and maybe only get it to at least 10 hours of time a week. And so is that the right level of investment for a relatively small return in playing time, or should you potentially go somewhere else and look at a different type of investment?
Kia ora, Rob, sorry. No, you go, Karen.
Oh, thanks. The open spaces policy says that council will measure how much playing fields we have based against our population, and that figure per 1,000 people can be compared to other councils. Have we done some exercise like that, and how do we compare if we have?
Yes, I'll show you that further through the presentation in the Open Space Network planning work.
Cool. Kia ora, Rob, thanks for the kōrero. Drainage, it's always going to be an issue. I think when you showed that map, and if I think back, most of those areas that have been sort of cordoned off as parks and all that, a lot of them used to be swamp So that's just what's going to happen all the time. Doesn't matter what you do, there's going to be a point where that's as far as you're going to get, and we just have to live with it. I was just thinking, the model that we're exploring, with Waikite, with the Boao Park, and using opening up other fields. Is that sort of something with the FDS? There were certain things. It wasn't all about housing stuff, but there were, greenfield stuff for reserves. Is there a better way we can, I suppose, are you looking into a way we can pick better places? I know housing will always sort of take precedent, but, in the long run, maintenance on sort of grounds like this versus having a real place with natural drainage and all these kind of things, is that something your team is looking into?
Yes, certainly. That's part of the FDS discussion. When we're looking at Nongataha and we're looking east, then yes, those growth scenarios out there, if that's the way the FDS final lands, then we will need to very early on, in fact right at the start of the planning piece, identify what are the open space needs and what are suitable areas for those.
And also just harking back to in the conversation, so when I was growing up, certainly it was all about rugby. And then there's been this real surge of, with the soccer, football and all that, so it's getting more use. But is there any, I suppose, policy around prioritising codes? I know it's not a really good conversation to have, but, it sort of changes as we go, as we evolve.
We'll get to that with the PARS work and also the Open Space Network, so we will have a discussion around that. That is a need, you're right.
Okay, sorry, must have jumped the gun. Kia ora.
I just have a quick question regarding the neighbourhood and community park function. I think Baxendale is a really great idea, or great example of this, where you do have some homeowners that just believe or would like to think that their section goes all the way to the natural assets, of which in that case is a stream, the Utahina stream, but we also have examples around the lake. So how do we balance that between what the directly neighbouring residents would like compared to the wider accessibility for the rest of the neighbourhood? And so in that case, there was the proposal for the Baxendale Esplanade. The Utahina River stream is beautiful. It starts not long up there. But if we're discussing potentially closing off accessibility to others, then you're looking at, in that case, a $400,000 investment for only a limited number of privately owned homes. It is a green strip. So I use that just as an example because we have similar around the lakes, and we often get around reserves, some people chuck their trampoline on the reserve side instead of, or try put up a shed or some gates to stop everyone out so that they have private access to what is a public reserve. So how do we balance that in terms of making sure that these green strips around lakes and around streams are available and accessible for all of the residents?
My comment on that would be that would be my view would be that's a district planning discussion. We're currently guided by the district plan, which goes through a renewal process at whatever frequency it does, and it's a significant community question and discussion point. So at the moment we're guided by the district plan. If there was a desire to change that, that would have to go through that sort of process.
Thank you. And sorry, it's okay if you don't know the detail, but is there in the policy, how we have the green strips, a certain amount of meterage or so from the lake or the streams that is public?
My understanding is the Resource Management Act actually sets up what is the boundary for esplanade strips, and then variations to that are dealt with through district planning processes. So there's actually a national legal mechanism, and then there's the ability, 10 metres, I'm just getting
20.
Oh, okay. So that's what I thought it was. So so there is a national legal mechanism, but there's also the ability under a district plan to reduce that in certain circumstances. So again, that would be part of that discussion.
Thank you.
If I may weigh in on the Baxendale issue, there is actually 3 public access paths to the Utahina stream, which the issue that's in question for the local residents is whether there is a 4th public access way via Pukehangi Road, which would connect it to the wider network. So, forgive my ignorance under the district about the district plan, Rob, but how much discretion do we have as elected members to vary what may be in the district plan or make an exception to what is a general policy?
I'm probably not aware of the detail of that. Sorry, you'd have to talk to a planner about that. I mean, I know the district plan talks about connected esplanade strips, and for the Utahina, pretty much all the way up, it is connected, so you can walk along the riverbank. And I think the intention is that that level of connection, rather than having to walk up a road and around a corner and back down another road to get back to the river, is not what is intended.
Can I note that these are sort of significant public policy decisions? You can make at some point in time, but I think if we focus attention on a particular area, then that deflects from the intent. In my view, when something is defined as a public space, it means it's public space, and denying access to anyone in the community on public space is not an easy matter to be done, without due consideration. Especially areas near the lakes and near streams also need to be cognizant of the fact that while those zones and corridors can be used for recreational purposes, by everyone in a community, they also act as buffer zones for drainage works and inundation and so on. And the moment you allow encroachment onto those areas, without appropriate sort of definitions, at some point in time, you inadvertently create potential future liabilities because you have not taken actions to maintain that that zone as an inundation zone, and if damage gets done to private property, then who is responsible for it eventually? So I think these are significant policy matters to be considered, but I would suggest that we move on with that. Otherwise, we will tend to get locked into a specific example, which I don't think will be productive for the purpose of today. If it's okay.
Kapai, just a quick question on this matter. Just refresh my mind again, please, Rob. How many hours are we short on our
Next slide.
grounds? Kia ora.
Just carrying on from this discussion and what Robert's raised, can we actually at some point have a discussion about how we manage the Utahina from top to bottom? No, that's probably a bigger conversation than just sport or public access way. It's a fairly significant area that we and others are responsible for. So how we address some of the concerns, I know Councillor Kiriopa's not here, but she would certainly be pushing for a discussion around that. So I'll just raise that if I can. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, moving on, we're on to our next key point, which is another piece of work that was done was the supply and demand. So sports facility supply and demand, it's our key planning investigative piece of work. Sports field supply, so what we've got is determined from turf analysis and then some actual analysis of the amount of use over the 2019-21 season. So we actually tracked the levels of use that the field got from the clubs, took the information that the turf experts had got us and decided, yes, that field can handle 5 or 10 or 15 hours of effort a week without significant deterioration, or deterioration to the point where it's affecting the player experience. In terms of demand, surveys of all the sports clubs. So basically went out to all the clubs and said, how many teams have you got? How often are they playing? Excuse me. Ages, and understanding what the level of demand was. And also supplied from the Regional Sporting Organisation and Sport Bay of Plenty provided clarity on that as well. We did this first in 2018, and it was focused on the winter codes. And then we redid this piece of work in 2022 with inclusion of turf facilities, so that's like netball and hockey, you know, the synthetic turfs. Summer sport, so we actually extended it to understand what the summer sport situation was, indoor sports and aquatic supply and demand. Usually with your open fields, it's your winter demand that is the most impactful and the highest level of use. And going to just this table here, the deficit, so when we have a deficit, it means that we have, let's say, 200 teams wanting to train on our sports fields at, you know, twice a week, usually Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 7:30, and then play on the weekend. And so by the time we add all those teams together, and then we actually have independently assessed our fields and understand that, yep, this field's good for 10 hours, we end up with a deficit. Now, the 2018 piece of work showed our current deficit was around 80 hours, and it was going to stay the same in about the next 10 years. We've renewed that piece of work, and we're actually down at about 30 hours for our current deficit, but it's going up to 90 hours. Now, this was done in 2022. The reasons for those differences between 2018 and 2022, especially for the current situation, is that we have done some work. We have put some lights on some fields, and we've been able to reduce some of the undersupply by lighting up fields. We've worked with some codes about switching their training times and things like that. We've done irrigation on some fields, so we've actually improved them over the summer so they can better cope with higher winter demand. And we've also reassessed some of those earlier fields with that 2019-2021 use and said, while we might have said that that field was probably only good for 5 to 10 hours a week, we actually think that that can handle 10 to 15 hours a week now. So those numbers have changed a bit because of work done reassessing the actual impact, and thirdly is there have been some changes in clubs and codes. So there has been, in the 2018 to 2022 period, there has been some changes in some of the types of playing, and as you mentioned, you know, football in particular. Now, interestingly, this was done in 2022, and just looking at 2022, we had 197 teams between rugby, football and league using our fields over 2022. 2023, that climbed to 223 teams. So in 1 year, we went from 197 to 223 teams. So that is why you probably heard through the annual planning process significant feedback from our sports codes about we are struggling to get onto fields, okay? We had a very wet winter. We had issues with field renovation, being able to do that in the right level of time. The other thing that has happened as well is that working with the codes like football are now playing summer football, okay? So the actual season length and the code overlaps are often very difficult to manage, especially if we want a 6-week renovation period in the spring or the autumn. So working with the clubs and the codes, trying to fit them in, trying to do the renovation, trying to make sure we've got the right facilities is a difficult task every year. Okay? When you see that 30 hours a week, what does that actually mean? A soil field in good quality will give you 10 to 15 hours a week. So current winter field deficit 2022 of 30 hours a week, I would say it's more now because of those extra teams. We might have been able to meet that with 2 good quality soil fields added to our network. Later on in the slides, I'll show you actually how certain types of surfaces provide higher levels of supply. You know, synthetic surfaces can provide, and sand carpets can give you 20 hours. Synthetic surfaces can get you even more still into a full artificial turf, can give you 50 hours. The situation with a field that can handle 50 hours is how do you actually fit the codes into 50 hours, because teams generally won't train from 11 a.m. to lunchtime on a Monday, you know, and so it's actually trying to fit those in can be a bit of a trick. So the supply and demand work that we've done with the sports fields show that we still have a deficit for our winter codes, okay? And that's where I've said we've done some improvement work and the population growth in 2023. So we've gone from 197 teams up to 223 teams. I'll work through the other supply and demand areas we've done and then we can have some questions on this piece of work. When we looked at the turf surface supply and demand, the outdoor netball courts have pretty good capacity. So we have got enough outdoor netball courts to meet the demand that our netball players are putting on them. We have 135 winter teams and 38 summer twilight teams, and we actually have a surplus of netball capacity during the week. Hockey, we seem to be pretty okay for hockey. We didn't get a lot of information back from hockey, but for the actual supply we've got of 2 synthetic turfs, seems to be able to meet the current demand that we've got for hockey. If we go into the summer field supply and demand scenario, if we look at what we got from the summer codes, cricket, we've got 10 senior teams, 22 school teams, and 18 to 20 teams playing twilight. We're generally okay for our cricket ovals. We predicted to maybe be 1 oval short in 2023. However, we do have a shortage of net training. You know, we've got some nets at Rayboard that you will have seen, but we do have a shortage of training space for cricket. In terms of touch rugby, we are seriously under-supply in touch rugby space. We have 221 touch rugby teams. Okay, we have 227 all winter code teams. So touch rugby appears to be our biggest, you know, one of our biggest team sports. 50 senior teams, the rest are age groups, and actually the touch rugby in Rotorua is capped. So they've said, sorry, we're not accepting any more touch rugby teams because we don't have enough room for summer touch rugby. So there are recommendations that we need to increase our ability to supply summer field space for touch. Softball, we only have 5 senior teams from Rotorua. There aren't actually any softball games played in Rotorua. Those 5 teams go to Tauranga to play in their league. And we're not sure from softball whether it's actually there isn't anywhere for them to play, so they go to Tauranga, or there's not enough local teams, so they want to have a good league and they go to Tauranga anyway. It's not a significant number of teams, but and there's no suggestion that we have an issue with that as part of the summer codes. For the supply and demand work that we've done on indoor courts, we have 24 indoor courts in Rotorua. That is across all public and private, and when I talk about private, I sort of mean educational facilities as well. It's only actually 6.8 full court equivalents. So we've got 1 court per 11,500 people in the city. The New Zealand target from the indoor court facility, the National Indoor Court Facility Strategy, is that we should have 1 court per 9,000 people. An indoor court, like a basketball court, a full-size basketball court, which is generally the bigger of the courts, but it includes futsal, indoor netball, badminton, and those other sorts of indoor court facilities. So basketball, the number of people playing basketball in Rotorua on indoor courts has been capped since the year 2000. So we're now in 2023, so we haven't had any more teams playing indoor basketball since the year 2000 because there's not enough room to put anybody in. There is a significant unmet current demand for basketball. The signals are that we would need 4 full court equivalents now to meet current demand, and up to 6 courts in 10 years' time.
Where do they play now? Where are the indoor courts?
The indoor courts for the Sportsdrome has 2. There's one in the Badminton Hall. There's one in Rotorua Girls High, one at Western Heights, and the others are in smaller school facilities. Futsal and volleyball, again, indoor court space. We know that we've got unmet current demand. We certainly have a very keen football community that wants to grow the futsal, and we don't have enough space for them to play indoors. Roller sports, some of you might remember previous annual plan submissions from Roller Derby and people like that about looking for places to partake in roller sports. For the sort of, let's say, the smaller court areas, badminton, pickleball, table tennis and squash, we're pretty okay. The level of demand in those smaller sort of codes, generally they can find space for that. The other piece that was done through this was actually looking at our aquatic facility supply and demand. We are pretty okay for aquatic facilities, and this is for sport swimming and learn to swim. There was comments around affordability of learn to swim, but basically we're pretty okay for our demand in that aquatic space. So I'm happy to take any questions on the supply and demand work. Sorry.
Can I note something? Because part of the past reports, while Rob outlined the gap between demand and supply for some of these, like sort of touch rugby and basketball and football and so on, the assessment in the past report that asked the community, how do you engage in recreational sport activities? You will find that the assessment indicates that significant more numbers engaged in walking, cycling, and other sort of recreational activities. The numbers who are actively engaged into these sports codes are relatively small, in percentage terms. So while the gap is significant, when you overlay with the question how many of the population are engaged into that in terms of percentages, you'll find that a lot of people are engaged into sports and recreational activities that are not really heavily reliant on the provision of dedicated sports facilities. So I think that's an important element for your consideration eventually, that how much do you want to invest in serving an unmet demand for, let's say, 3% of the community versus an activity that serves 25% of the community. And that's important things to have in mind all the time. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Ross, can you just explain that a bit more? So I'm getting a bit confused as to, just had that quarter about the sports field and then you threw that one in there. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, my point here is that the report, the assessment, made inquiries as to how people engage into sports and recreational activity. And they said, I can't remember the exact numbers, but let's say 20% of the people are engaged into walking, 25% in jogging, 20% in cycling, or so on. When you look into the percentages of population engaged in these activities that create the demand for dedicated sports fields at relatively smaller percentages. So when you're considering how much you invest into that as a council, you need to have in mind the relative investment for the relative benefit to the relative percentage of the community to derive those benefits. And you've noticed recently in Whakatane, I think they've signaled a significant increase in fees for clubs to use sports facilities. And I'm not suggesting that's an appropriate avenue to, for you to take, but in considering filling an unmet current demand, the natural question is that how much of that demand do you want to fill and at what cost? Thank you.
Thank you.
Trevor, can you turn your mic on?
Aloha mai. So, and as you know, that one of the trusts I'm on, NZCT, most of the grants from there go towards sporting codes, and so many of them come and present to us, and we get to know what their needs and that are. Can I just touch on the one of you touched on Rotorua basketball? It has grown. It has really grown in Rotorua. But the most pleasing thing is because it's indoors, it can happen. You get more nights being used up instead of a Tuesday and a Thursday and then play Saturday. They play all through the week from schools and other uses. I'm also aware, I think they're working on a proposal to try and get another court established, I think on Ngāti Whakaue land. So we're watching that with interest. The other one, netball, you touched on that, and I think, thank goodness, it was one of our largest grants from NZCT was towards netball, and we're pleased with the outcome from that one. Can I also ask on things that are happening out at Nongataha? Jeanette comes to our marae meetings and she's always talking about her favourite sports, but at Nongataha they do multi, they're not just rugby, all the different ones. If they can be included, sometimes they feel they're left out of some of the surveys or the discussions, so if you need all the numbers, I'm sure you've got it. But the other one, the big thing, so the other one is a lot of people are participating in waka ama. So I think, does that come under our umbrella in any way at all? Thank you.
Waka ama wasn't assessed in this supply and demand piece of work, but we certainly are working with waka ama on trying to help them grow.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just looking into some of these, numbers here. So again, to reinforce the point is that, Sports New Zealand Insights still indicate that the top 5 ranked participation activities for Rotorua are recreation-based, with walking 50%, jogging, running 28%, playing games 22%, gardening 20%, individual workouts 19%. The top-ranked organized sport is basketball 2.7% and rugby 2.6%. These are significant sort of numbers for you to factor into what kind of approach you want to take into those percentages and whether you get the most benefit for most people for the limited resources you may have.
The other thing with basketball is it's a desirable place to come for them to hold their tournaments. In January, we get the largest basketball tournament held in New Zealand, and something like 200 or 300 teams come here for a whole week and participate at the Energy Centre. Every court taken up, girls' high school and but that's only one of the tournaments. Many are held throughout the year, and it does carry a lot of support. Kia ora.
On that note, I did have a question, and specifically around basketball. It has been a growing sport. Both basketball and touch are examples where we attract national level tournaments, which is incredibly good for our town. But I know that in some of our facilities, like the Energy Event Centre, we are weighing up between the commercial interests or it being mostly an events and venues facility as opposed to sports. So is there an opportunity to also look at that as well? I know we are wanting to increase events and venues here in Rotorua, and has that been a restriction in terms of the demand that's available to meet the supply? Understanding that if we were to open up to sports teams to be practicing or playing there, it's at a much smaller community fee, but if it is a growing sport and there's a need, I understand that is prioritisation. Has that been factored into this as well?
Thank you. That has been identified in the PAR's work. You know, the engagement with the play, active, recreation and sports sector has identified the Energy Events Centre as a potential indoor venue and its availability. So in terms of understanding what we can do if we were going to move into indoor facility space, a consideration of what the role of the EEC is has been identified. But that again is, as you've rightly pointed out, it's a much bigger discussion than just a sport viewpoint of the EEC.
Yeah, Rob, just looking at it from an economics point of view too, so our ability to attract tournaments like we have the multi-league tournament, we have the basketball, huge, big events that obviously have a benefit to the community in another way, because we're attracting them. Has that been sort of factored into your thinking too? Or is yours purely on what, the quality and the quantity of our reserves and courts and etc.?
The benefits from tournaments, yes, is identified as something that needs to be worked through in the PAR's process, because we do know that there are significant benefits from some of these large tournaments, and then also if that was an area to continue, what would be the facility requirements to be able to host those?
Thank you.
I wonder about the youth overlay for all of these, with touch and basketball, particularly as two of the ones that are capped, are the ones that are missing out potentially the youth in our community, and I just want to we connect some dots for me there.
I know for basketball that the capping does affect the younger groups. Yes, so there is a limit on the, I can't remember the specific age group, but I think there's quite a lot of the young ones come through, and then there is a limit in that early teen period, I think, and then they are able to fit more teams in of older ages. I don't know what the situation with touch is.
I think that's something that we should be considering when we are making decisions about the long term. We've got, troubled youth in this community, and if they're disengaged and we're not giving them the opportunity to play sport, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice in the long term.
Well, that's how the JAB was, Junior Association for the rugby. That's why it was put up, to address that very issue. Yeah.
I'm familiar with the cricket nets at Bourne Park. I'm wondering if that's our responsibility to get some more nets. I know the nets that are there were built by Rotorua Cricket back in the late 90s. I think Rotorua Cricket did all the fundraising for it.
That's correct, yes, and they are looking at other fundraising to try and grow that. So, sometimes these facilities aren't council supplied facilities. This is a note of what we've got and what we need, and it's not necessarily the council's role to fill all those gaps. So, there are other regional and national sporting organisations who do fill some of those gaps, and generally it's on an area that we have management of, but we work with a lot of clubs and codes around, how they can enhance their facilities on our spaces.
Can I please confirm what Councillor Brown, for our thinking, obviously, because a lot of that assessment is done with a lagging indicator, asking the question, what is the demand now, what is predicted to be, and therefore what's our supply, of facilities. But what I think the question was that is another element which says that we should actively encourage sport participation because sport participation has got beneficial social outcomes out of that. So we need to add another element into that by actively encouraging and promoting sports participation. Okay, so I think I need to factor into our policy framework. Sorry, Councillor, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just a couple of very quick questions. Could I ask the Westbrook netball facility, is that amenable to any other sports like basketball, or is it only for netball?
Currently, I'm pretty sure it's only used for netball, but there is the ability to have other activities there, definitely. And that's something that actually the PARS sort of identifies as getting clubs and codes to collaborate and work better is a real opportunity to optimise the use of the overall play and sport network. And that's something that, there are other ways rather than just building things as how can we do that. The basketball situation might be a bit tricky down there, but futsal and things like that,
Can I just raise, and I'm glad that it's something, an area you're looking at. I would hope that perhaps in future, given our finite resources, growth, etc., and the need for fiscal investment, that we look for it before council puts in any money or encourages, that we look for things where there can be multi-use at the start. Because forgive me, I'm also pretty sure that, because I live close to the area, and I have no problem with the parking issues, it's just a consequence of what happens. Not long after the Westbrook was completed, only a few years later, there were significant drainage issues that needed to be addressed again. And I just wonder, one of the things I'd be looking for as a councillor is to make sure that future investment is done once, done properly, for the greatest good. And secondly, could I just raise, when you talk about obviously our deficits, are we is it desirable to look at sharing facilities with education like schools, or do you have a preference for council-owned land and council-owned facilities moving forward? Thank you.
The PARS clearly identifies that collaboration with people like Ministry of Education is a key way to meet some of these needs. So yes, that has identified that that collaboration and those partnerships needs to be explored.
But ultimately, it's council has an obligation to provide facilities aharane as part of council mahi. It's not necessarily a school or an education obligation, but you're saying there's scope there to work with schools. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just going back a little bit, at the start of this particular section, you mentioned that research, our numbers are showing that our demand has increased, the number of teams, etc. Well, that's quite interesting, because at the conference, Sport New Zealand showed a different set of statistics that said the numbers of participants in organised sport has actually dropped by 3% since COVID, particularly with our rangatahi. They're being attracted away by e-gaming, just can't be bothered, all sorts of attitudes like that. So are we the exception here in Rotorua?
It would appear, yes, that we are. I mean, across the winter codes, rugby, football and league, we had 180 teams in 2018, pre-COVID. We had 197 teams in 2022, and we had 223 teams in 2023. So for those winter codes, we haven't seen a 3% decrease. We've seen probably a 15% increase.
That's fantastic. I mean, that shows that sport is actually being appreciated by a community and is worthwhile investing in and is keeping the kids off the streets. But we can do more. Just going on with what Councillor Brown mentioned, somebody from the basketball fraternity told me that if if we went from the sports drome, which are currently 3 courts, is that correct?
I think it's 2.
2?
Two
So
full-size courts.
if we went from there to the EEC, that would basically give them another operational court. So that would bring 70 more kids could be participating in that sport just by moving from A to B. Now, I know that you talked about a wider conversation needs to be held about the conflict with conferences versus sport, but surely we can find a balance. There must be an opportunity there, so I agree with that wholeheartedly. Also, I've been approached by people from Nongataha, particularly netball, saying that they're struggling with having a facility to actually train on during the evening, and I think Councillor O'Brien talked about using the car park at the bowling club in the evenings or something along those lines, just as a perhaps resurfacing the car park in a different way so that that could be used instead of just car parking, but for netball training, just little collaborations like that, thinking outside the square. And then, again, talking on the MOE that you talked about, partnership with Ministry of Education, at the conference, the new president of the LGNZ, who's the mayor of Selwyn, their population, I think I said in my report, since 2010 has doubled from 40,000 to 80,000 people. So they had a very serious shortfall in sports facilities. So they partnered with Ministry of Education to develop that Selwyn Sports Centre at a cost of $21.5 million. But they've recognised that for community well-being, it's a multi-purpose facility, including basketball, and they got serious support from education to deliver that. So if we could find some ways of working with them, that could be a funding avenue for us to not only help our rangatahi, but the overall delivery of tournaments, etc. Because it's been noted that us competing for major sporting events, i.e. the Māori Rugby League event, etc. like that, is very hard because of the quality of our facilities. It's just a simple fact. We can't afford to spend that sort of money. But what we can do is invest in our next tier down facilities so that we can become the tournament hub of Aotearoa. So that's another revenue stream altogether, because they bring family and supporters and coaches, and it's more regular for us, which justifies that investment in our sports fields if it's being all the time. As you talked about, having an AstroTurf field that's cost a fairly significant amount of money being empty during the day, that's not a good investment. But if we can fill it with tournaments, it makes it worthwhile. And the last one was, you talked about partnerships. We've touched on MOE. The partnerships, like again during the annual plan, we were given quite a few presentations by local clubs. Have we progressed those ideas, of particularly with Puarenga Park, the idea from the soccer clubs about improving that facility with their help, not just all in our back?
Yes, we have carried on discussions with Lakes FC around partnering, and we've talked with them, is Puarenga Park the best place? You know, they've said, hey, we'd like Puarenga Park. We've said, well, actually, there might be other options to that. So we want to work with those clubs and codes around, yes, how can we increase activation of spaces? Sometimes what they, it's always a balancing act of fitting everyone in. And so what we need to do is sometimes we have a slightly wider scope in terms of what we need to consider, how it affects summer codes, how it affects the same code but other age groups and things like that. So we are working with them on finding a home for them, and like we would for any club.
I just got a quick question. It was mentioned that how popular running is here in Rotorua, and one of the codes that has had to be kept for a while now is the Lake City Athletics Club, because they just have so many, like hundreds of children that are wanting to do it, but just simply not enough volunteers, even with all the parents chipping in. I know it has been raised from Athletics New Zealand and also the local club members on having a fit-for-purpose athletics turf. We pump out so many national athletics champions from here. Lake City Athletics caters from toddlers all the way up to, you know, the pensioners who are still running marathons. Has that been something that has been considered in this as well? Is, like, I understand that they currently operate out of up in Westbrook, but that of course is grass, which sometimes has its issues with the demand that they have.
Well, we haven't assessed athletics as part of this investigation. One of the other key pieces of regional work which influences facilities in the Bay of Plenty is the Bay of Plenty Regional Spaces and Places Plan. Now, that has an investment flow path, so to speak, in terms of how a club or a code or an organisation might assess whether they have the right level of use and priority, I suppose, and understanding of the regional perspective to pursue a funding path for particular facilities. You know, a classic example would be, would Rotorua Cricket want to create an international cricket oval? One would suggest that with Bay Oval in Tauranga, there's probably no need to have two international quality cricket ovals in the Bay of Plenty. A 50-metre swimming pool, other organisations have looked at Te Puke in particular. We need a 50-metre swimming pool. Well, actually, there's one that is 40 minutes drive away that's heated all year round in Rotorua. Maybe a 25-metre swimming pool would be a better investment facility for some of the funding agencies and things like that. So things like a full athletics track would have to go through a process. Obviously, you know, they would be seeking funding for those sorts of things. I'm not sure that the council would fund a complete track. Certainly the one in Tauranga wasn't fully council funded. You know, there was philanthropics who invested in that as well. So they would need to go through that, and part of those assessments would be actually, what is our real need for this? And so with any of that high level of quality facility, you know, usually there's a significant cost. There is a need to meet some of that cost from external funders, and external funders do take a big picture view of that. So there is a process that they can go through for that, and if they were successful through that, then that would be the sort of facility that, yes, we could accommodate.
Rob, for me, one of the most fantastic things that has happened in Aotearoa, New Zealand now, is women's involvement in sport now. So that's probably a wonderful problem. It's grown, and demand is high. Rugby league, and then soccer. The World Cups have just brought more joy to women's sport and that. And the other thing that's happening in our own community is mountain biking is huge. We'd like to think we're the capital of New Zealand's mountain biking. Have you seen that strong growth in women's things that's creating some demand in your department?
Yes, we have, and we suspect with the Women's World Cup that it's only going to carry on growing. And so the pressure on our winter fields is likely to keep increasing.
Hey Rob, just quickly, because I've noticed in particular the winter sports, their pre-season has gone a bit, getting quite long now as well. Just wondering, has there been any conversation had with those particular codes around sort of, maybe you mentioned about 6 weeks or something to do some maintenance and, you know, keep things up to date, around perhaps them changing the way they train, because, you know, you don't need to always be on the field to train. You can go run around the roads and do other things to change up the way they train in order for council to have the time to get the maintenance and give the right level of service to those facilities we have. Has there been any conversation around that? How's that gone, if there has?
Yes, there has been a minimal amount of conversation around that. There is going to need to be a lot more. Yes, and that's been identified in the play and active recreation and sports strategy. There are clear signals from, this is not a Rotorua only problem, and there are fairly clear guidelines now being issued by agencies like Sport New Zealand on season length, which a lot of the junior national sporting organisations are starting to adhere to. It's then how that flows with down
Yeah,
through.
because we've got to work together, eh? It's not all, I need this, you need to provide me with this. Should be working more in partnership with the codes to get a better outcome for everyone. So, I'm glad that's in there. That's definitely in my thinking anyway as we go on with this process.
Gentlemen, could I just ask, the velodrome behind the Westbrook netball courts, is that used at all for anything these days?
Very limited.
So what does that mean? It's used by cycling, or it's just used as...
Yeah, it's used. We have had some recent correspondence from Rotorua Cycling that they would like to start using it again, but it's been very limited use in the last 4 or 5 years.
Thank you. And is it in a fairly good enough state that it can be, if they wanted to start tomorrow, does it need any investment or safety? Is it pretty good?
My understanding, it needs some work. Yeah.
Right, and we would be responsible for that, or?
It's not. There's a ground lease there to Rotorua Cycling for putting a velodrome on it, so it's not the council's asset, I don't think.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And could I just make a comment, because, and it's not the first time that this has been brought up about the Energy Event Centre. Now, we've raised previously that, we face a lot of competition from a lot of much larger towns with transport hubs very close to these centres. And I would just like to voice a concern that I appreciate the desire to have it as a community facility, but when you have something of that scale, you have lights on, you have air conditioning or heating, depending on the season, that's going to be very substantial money involved. And I would just hope that out of, fairness to the EEC, if we're going to be suggesting this sort of thing, we have to also be prepared to be paying for it. So I just make that comment. Thank you.
Just one more potentially random question. Do we have many half-court basketballs, half basketball courts around the urban environment, and is there a demand for that sort of stuff?
Yes, we do. We have half courts outside, and there's quite a lot of spaces where those are. And there is a demand. They're popular, so when we go through a community consultation process with improving a park or a play space, half basketball courts are asked for frequently. And in fact, our most recent one that we just opened the other day has got a third court on it. If I could move on, I'm just thinking of the time.
I'm just thinking, Rob, it's just coming on 11 o'clock, so perhaps we'll take a really short morning tea break and then we'll finish off. I understand we're about halfway through your presentation.
Correct.
Cool. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break if that's okay, so we'll come back at 11:10. And then we'll finish yours off and then we'll get into infrastructure. Thank you very much. So we'll hand back over to Rob. We'll finish off this presentation. I am really mindful of time. We do want to ensure that all councillors get an opportunity to ask questions, but perhaps if we could minimise any of the comments for now. So we'll finish off with our PARS overview, and then we'll hand over to Stavros for infrastructure. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Council. What I'll do is I'll work through the Open Space Network Plan and the PARS as one sequence, because they were both done at the same time, and they really do interrelate quite heavily. So the Open Space Network Plan, as I said, it was initiated with the Play, Active, Recreation and Sport strategy, and it was started off with mainly a desktop exercise by a company called Otium, which is an Australian company, and they do this actually internationally. So they look at open space within a city or a district or a state. They've done it at state level. And so they look at the open space and see how it fits with the policies that the various agencies have for that space. So they do a whole lot of mapping measurements. They came and did site investigations and understood it. And they will then categorise what we've got and how it fits with what we have said in our policy that we need. And it has also looked at the distribution of the space within the city and done some between city comparisons as well. There was a significant amount of engagement that happened in conjunction with the PARS, with schools, sports clubs, the public online, workshops around qualities of open space, gaps, what have we got, what is missing, and information like that. And then they linked it with the preferred scenario from the FDS to look at, okay, if we're looking ahead, what are the sort of open space provisions that we should be thinking of? The city was sectioned up into 4 catchments, as you'll see there: Eastern, Central, Western and Nongataha, with a focus on open spaces of a variety of types, play spaces and sports spaces. The analysis that has come out is pretty comprehensive. I mean, it's maybe a little tricky to see that with this presentation, but it's a series of GIS layers that actually classifies what our open space is, where is it, what type. And then it's looked at areas like playgrounds and their accessibility. And it's considered things like, not as the crow flies accessibility, but as a small child might walk to a playground, and if they hit something like a state highway, then that is actually quite a barrier to accessibility. So where have we got our spaces and the facilities within them, and how do they relate? And this is the central catchment. The area on the left of the image is actually our range of open spaces. You'll see a number of premier parks, but there's also sports parks, community parks, outdoor adventure park, pocket park and things like that. And the image on the right is actually our playgrounds and their 200, 500 and 800 metre walking distances. And a good example, the reason I put this up, is actually if you look at that image on the right, you'll see a reasonably large area there that doesn't have any red shading in it. So that's an area of houses that doesn't have access within 200, 500 or 800 metres of walking access of a playground. There are school facilities in those areas, but there aren't public park facilities in those areas. If we go out to the east side, we can have a look at the same sort of GIS type work that's been done. The image on the left is actually areas where there are the darker orange is houses within 500 metres of a park. The area on the right is within 500 metres of a play space. And actually out on our eastern side, we've got a very low supply of open space relative to accessible open space, and that's probably because it's a fairly long, skinny area, and we have got an actual low number of open spaces in there. 35% of neighbourhood parks out east are less than 0.3 hectares. So in our open space level of service policy, you know, we would like our neighbourhood parks to be greater than 0.3 hectares. A third of them in that area are actually smaller. So this is where I was talking earlier about, you know, we end up with sections in a subdivision as a result of development, and that's considered to be a neighbourhood park, while we might be able to squeeze a playground in. Anyone older than about 6 who wants to kick a football has to get it back from over the neighbour's fence. You know, it's those sorts of things about, have we got the right things in the right places? When we look at the feedback from the draft open space network plan, we can get some measures of how our space is distributed and how it compares to other areas. The first bullet point there, the supply to population, so how much have we got compared to how many people live in those areas. In the eastern and Nongataha areas, we have the lowest amount of open space per 1,000 people, and we know that this will continue to get worse as the population grows, because actually the FDS is sort of suggesting that eastern and Nongataha should be our population, you know, our greenfield growth areas. We actually have a current low amount when you compare it to the rest of the city. The accessibility to parks, Central and Nongataha, have quite a lot of spaces that are actually within the walking distance, but in terms of the eastern and western areas, they have less residents who are able to find a park within a 10 to 15 minute walk target. Play space provisions, the lowest provisions is in the western catchment. We have 1,509 people per play space in that western catchment, compared to 1,088, which is the citywide average. So, you know, in that western area, we have less play spaces than we do across the rest of the city. The access to play space is worse in the central and the western catchment, and you'll see that image I showed before, where of the central catchment, where there was that significant sort of Glenholme type area where the access to a public play space was missing. When we look at our open space network at a national level, the red circles are where Rotorua Lakes sits in across levels of service across a number of other territorial authorities. The one on the left, sports park per 1,000 residents, we have 1.1 hectare. The actual mean across all those other Otago, Timaru, Napier, Taupo, you know, is 1.8 hectare per 1,000 residents. Actively maintained open space, Rotorua Lakes is at 7.2. The actual mean is about 9, actually a bit higher than that, I think, from my image, 9.4. And then playgrounds per 1,000 children, we're about the middle of the pack. We're on 4.7, and looking at the mean is just over 5. So 4.7 playgrounds per 1,000 children. And so we can see how we compare at a national level. And that's not saying that we have to be the best or the worst or, you know, in the middle, but it's just an understanding of our provision relative to other cities who partake in this benchmarking program. For sports park per 1,000 residents, Taupo is the top one in the middle. The active maintained per 1,000 residents is Invercargill, and the playgrounds per 1,000 children is Mackenzie District Council.
Is that relative to the...
Per 1,000?
Yeah.
Yep, so it's population based. And it's not every city in New Zealand partakes in this benchmarking. So, yeah, there are people, we don't know, you know, of all the TAs, we don't know, but these are the people who partake in this benchmarking process.
Quite surprised that you see, you know, Taupo is pretty up there, consistent with in the top 3-4 there overall.
Mm. So, we'll carry on. No. In terms of the Open Space Network Plan, another key part of the work that was done, as well as all this GIS type of work, understanding what we've got and where we've got it, was involved with the PARS survey. So There were surveys of the public through online and a wide range of workshops with Kura, sport and recreation groups, regional sporting organisations, actually elderly, disability. There was a very wide range of survey work that went on, and there was some qualitative work that happened as well. You know, what's important, what wasn't important, what is provided, what's missing, what are the gaps, what stops people going to certain areas. So all that information was gathered, and in terms of the park survey, you know, important features that were identified were rubbish bins, shade, access to clean toilets. Least important was sort of the barbecue or the fitness type machine ideas. In terms of play spaces, now play spaces are not necessarily a playground, and this is something that has changed with the international view of play, is that it doesn't have to be a playground. When I was a kid, we pulled some sticks together and made a fort, you know, and there's a lot of thinking that that actual sort of play should be encouraged or facilitated if we can. And so play space data, you know, important features in Rotorua were feeling safe and that the playing space was clean and welcoming. Least important were it had to be right next to the shop, which is actually quite a good thing to hear. And having picnic and barbecue facilities was one of the things that didn't get a particularly high score. Barriers to using parks and play spaces were feelings around untidy and poor maintenance, unsafe, lack of toilets, and disability provisions, so or the lack of provisions for disability access. If we look across the city and we take some standards, which is an across-city average, and consider that one play space per 1,000 people and 3.4 hectares of open space per 1,000 people would be a standard, which is the across Rotorua average. Eastern, so the eastern catchment is actually lacking in play spaces and open space areas. Central, as you saw from that previous image, is really got a lacking in play space, and there's a distribution issue in terms of that they're clustered around the edge. We haven't got anything in the middle sort of Tenai area. Fenton Street area. Western is quite bereft of play spaces. It's suggesting that to come up to that standard average, we would need to put in 7 and potentially look for more open space, especially in the far west. And Nongataha has also got quite a deficit of neighbourhood parks, play spaces and sports space when you compare that to a citywide average. Okay, so this is what we should go and build. This is simply how the distribution across the city is and what certain areas are lower or higher than others and what the provision is.
Excuse me, Rob. This all being the case, how did council get itself into the situation last year where it was wanting to dispose of so many reserves?
This assessment of reserves is against the level of service policy, and do they meet, you know, do the reserves meet the criteria for effective use? The situation last year with the identification of reserves was, are they the right type of reserves that are needed? And I think you might recall that quite a few of them were basically reserves that were almost in the middle of a subdivision, you know, with poor road frontage and things like that. And when you consider that against level of service criteria, while they were open spaces, the quality of them was low. And so that, you know, that is my understanding of how that would have played out in the assessment of those reserves against the level of service policy. They scored poorly, and this assessment is how do our reserves fit against the level of service policy? And you'll probably see that the fact that we again, have got these deficits would signal that those were poorly scored areas as well. So I don't actually see that this conflicts. In fact, if anything, it probably matches the assessment that the spaces aren't meeting the level of service criteria.
Okay.
So this open space network plan and the supply and demand work were both key pieces of work that went into our draft PARS strategy. So the draft PARS strategy was developed over 2022-23. We had Sport New Zealand support for this. It was initially going to be a regional play, active, recreation and sports strategy. Some of the other regions, Tauranga and areas like that, were very busy doing their own pieces of work. Sport New Zealand were very keen for these. They've been rolled out in Northland and another, and Wairoa actually has one, but the play, active, recreation and sports strategies are the new understanding of what is needed. So Sport New Zealand helped in funding this piece of work. And it was formed by, as I've said, supply and demand in the Open Space Network Plan. Also, council priorities and other Rotorua Lakes Council strategies, climate action plan, sustainable living, had a strong connection with the draft FDS. And so there was actually almost co-informing happening between the development of the PARS and the development of the FDS. There was a lot of feedback going on about what do we need, okay, if we go here, what might it look like? External strategies like the Tiara 2050 vision, community wellness plans and strategic plans, Sport New Zealand's Everybody Active plan. So there was a number of external strategies that were pulled into this, a lot of facility work, New Zealand disability strategies and things like that. As I've said, there was a significant community engagement process with workshops, waranga, hui, community, online surveys, over 500 public responses to online surveys, stakeholder workshops with sporting organisations, recreational organisations and actually other recreational land managers. And basically that was everything that we used to inform it. And as was circulated, and I apologise about the colour, I thought about this after I received it. The strategy, this is an image, and if you've got it on your screens, it's really an image, a key image of the strategy on a page. The vision, Ti toi oranga, Aote Taio, Aote Tangata, me te hapori, koe ana, te iho, o te mahine. The health and well-being of our people and our taio is the essence of what we do. So the feedback that we got from the community had three very consistent messages. Equity and inclusivity. We all want to be involved and we want to make sure we have the best opportunity we can to be involved. Sense of place and connection. We want our spaces and places to be ours, that we can appreciate and enjoy and that we're connected to. And our environment, where we are, is very important. You know, there was a very consistent message from the community around those environmental connection and equity and inclusivity. That then, through the development, led us towards key themes and key areas where we can do our work. And that is really around collaboration and partnerships, so starting in the bottom left, our spaces and places, what are we going to be able to provide and service. The policy and planning needs to be integrated, so we need to do this across all of council. Play, active, recreation and sport is not only a PARS plan, it needs to happen across a wide range of other council outputs. And the experiences and connections. We've got to connect our spaces to our people and make sure that there are activations that people can relate to in those open spaces. So this was the PARs on a page. The feedback that we got from the community is that there's a combination of people and place. And in terms of, it's an important point that, yes, council have engaged to put this together, but the delivery of it is much bigger than just council. Okay, there are significant partnerships in this in terms of collaboration, policy and planning, spaces and places, and experience and connections that we need to continue fostering to be able to deliver on the areas and the parts that we've identified as improvements that can be made for the community. What I've done here is I've taken a section from the PARs and I've actually, unsurprisingly, taken the sports field area, because this is something that we've been focused on as we've gone through this. What are the recommendations that have come out of this process? And you'll see them there. The spaces and places are shown. I've shown these because these are areas where there is the potential for capital investment, not only by council, but by other parties as well. And really around spaces and places, the approach is to ensure that there's an integrated, sustainable and fit for purpose supply of spaces and places. As you'll see, in fact, probably quite a few of the questions that we've had earlier have been identified here in terms of what can be done. Field improvements, training areas, booking systems. You know, when we talked about clubs and codes, and have we worked out that Teams A and Code B should be using these different areas? You know, there's a whole raft of suggestions on how we can actually make these differences to improve the opportunities for our sports codes and clubs on the fields, optimise maintenance, and then long-term improvement plans. When we look forward further ahead, that's when we're getting into the situation of actually, from the Open Space Network Plan, trying to decide what would we need for 2030 or 2040. And we're talking about sports fields, locations of to be guided by FDS where we are growing. You know, there's questions around tournament venue needs. I know we've had discussion around questions this morning around tournaments and what might be some of the investigations we need to do. Summer sport. Now these are not let's go and quickly whack out 3 sports fields, buy a piece of land and whack out 3 sports fields somewhere. These are pieces of these are identified future targets. Okay, and in terms of that, there's going to need to be feasibility work and understanding of how it fits in the whole LTP picture and the council consideration. But the PARS has given us a good guidance in terms of future planning, and also with our FDS, what sort of things should we be thinking about. In terms of the sports field problem, what could we do? And we have already talked about more effective use and field optimisation. We can do quite simple things like training areas, adding lights to better fields to create training areas. In the future, maybe we can look at different types of fields to be able to increase the playing hours on them, and what are even higher end things like hybrid turfs and artificial turfs. All these are going to have to go through feasibility investigations to understand, because I'll show you in the next slide, that some of these consequences have a high cost and also operational, and then willingness and ability to pay by those that want to use them. A soil field gives us 10 to 15 hours a week. If we want to develop one on a piece of greenfield, $480,000. This is 2019 across-country estimates from Sport New Zealand, who have compiled a whole lot of data on what is required. OPEX cost and cost per hour of play if you want to recover a return across the life of that field. We have clubs saying that we want to go to a full artificial turf. We'd like to have an artificial turf. We could potentially get 40 to 50 hours of playing time on an artificial turf. Looking back then at $1.8 to $2 million, $20,000 to $40,000 a year to look after it, up to $100 a year. $100 an hour if you were going to recover the, and that's a recover no profit margin. That's simply actually we want to break even on this field. So Rob's football club, if you want to practice on this field, you better get the guys together to get us $10 each if there's 10 here, because we probably need $100 to play on it. And that's assuming that we can get 40 to 50 hours of utilisation of it. So some of these ideas have flow-on consequences, and we would need to understand all that before we go through full field development programs. We also have indoor sports recommendations in the PARs as well, and we did talk before about the Energy Events Centre, and that has been identified because, this is from the play, active, recreation and sport view. It's not from the council-wide view or the whole council revenue view, is that, hey, a feasibility assessment, if we want more indoor sports, could include a look at the Energy Events Centre. It could include looking at a new multi-sport facility. It could include actually working on supplementing indoor by covering some outdoor. It could work better with partners. Should we be working with schools and their indoor court space to actually make it more available for the public at what could potentially be a ratepayer cost, but a partnership opportunity to open up some of these and be able to book them. So there's a raft of ways that these deficits could be met, and so there will need to be further work to understand those. And just very quickly, a new a 6-court indoor sports facility in Hawke's Bay, the new one that's just been built over there, was in the order of $20 million for a 6-court facility, of which the Hastings Council and the Hastings Council and the Napier Council contributed about $6 million towards that. So it wasn't a full council contributed facility. Those costs with the sports fields and public areas like that, don't actually include the acquisition of the land. So one other thing that is going to need to be put into this occasion, as we go through understanding our future needs, is if we are going to be creating these additional spaces, there will be an acquisition cost. And that's not included in some of those figures, and that will need to be worked through in the feasibility work as well. We know that in Rotorua, the opportunities for bare land for sports fields are relatively limited. If you want to put in two soccer fields, you need about 4 hectares by the time you chuck a toilet block and a car park and everything in it like that. Last time that was priced out was in the order of about $6 million. And that was a few years ago, and there's actually limited amount of that. So we are going to need to think about in the FDS, when we start looking at those greenfields areas, okay, what are our opportunities in terms of, if we're encouraging growth in certain areas, what are our opportunities to acquire land to be able to prepare ourselves for that. So I'll finish with this as the last slide on the PARs, is really around, it's a draft. We need to take it back to the user groups that we consulted with on developing it, because as I've said, it is a partnership approach. We can't do all of this as well. We're going to have to do a lot of prioritising as well, because you will have noticed in the PARs there was a lot of suggestions on what we will do. We can't do all of that, and so there needs to be some short, long-term priority work on that, and with our partners on what can others do. We need to look at QS in terms of optimising our existing network. So what are the options, feasibilities and costs of optimising our existing network, and what might be the longer term implications that we need to look forward to. Capital provision and also operational provision in our long-term plan for what we need to do some of these things, because there will be some capital improvements that we can do, even simple things like accessibility and connecting people to place with signage, improving our network, and operationally there will be costs as well. Are we maintaining things to the appropriate level and quantity? If we're going to be lifting the quality of our network, we need to make sure that we keep it at that high level to meet those needs. So I'll happily stop that one there. We'll have some questions and take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. It's good to see it. I've been chasing this for a few months now, and it's great to see it actually on paper or on the screen. The open spaces strategy from Sport Bay of Plenty, last time I saw that, I think it was 2021. Is that going to be updated to incorporate this work?
The Spaces and Places strategy, that is being done now.
Okay.
It's just started another update now.
Cool, thank you. How many people actually participated in the research for this?
I can't give you the exact number. I know that there were 500 people, just over 500 people participated in the online. Then there was a large number of workshops that happened with clubs and codes. So the workshops with clubs and codes, at least one workshop. I'm pretty sure there was an early and a second stage with most groups. So clubs and codes, there was wānanga, there were marae visits, there were schools and the education sector brought in, other groups like Fish and Game, Regional Council, so there was a wide range of people talked to. I can't add them all up, tell you.
So one of the, I think it was almost on your vision statement that you had up there, it talked about equity. How involved were the older age groups of our community in this?
There was a workshop with, I think with Parkside. Yeah, I can check that, but I know that there was workshops with the older age group.
Okay, because given we're going to be hitting 20% of the population being over 65 in 2030, we need to make sure that that part of our community is catered for as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
Oh, you go, Uncle.
Couple here, like other councillors around the table, we love sport, we love the things that happen here in Rotorua. I saw a slide earlier, you mentioned about how the energy event centre is going to be predominantly sport. I was hoping more of a balance, looking at a balance, and we have a policy, don't we, where mainly sport, but there are, I'm thinking about international events that could come here, major conferences that look after a whole week, that help keep the costs down so that sport can be reasonable. So the first question is, how do you feel the policy is working on that one?
The PARS has simply identified that the Energy Event Centre as a possible indoor sport facility could be considered. We don't have a direction that we're going to change anything about the EEC. It's simply looking that is an option for indoor sports, but there's a much bigger discussion to happen around its other values as well.
The second question is, you mentioned about the Hawke's Bay sport event and that over in Hastings. How did that stand up to the recent awful weather events that hurt the Hawke's Bay?
From the media I've seen, it's still a very heavily utilised facility, so I suspect it got through that without any trouble at all. I mean, it has over 95% utilisation, so it's incredibly well used.
The final one is, I noticed where you pointed out what is really needed in certain areas, and you said Nongata needed 7 more, so it really shows that that is really a priority area in my opinion. And so what I was going to ask, at the moment we loved growing up there and playing there, and we thought the domain, the hub there will look after everything. But what are some of the thoughts you've given to other possibilities, or is that expanding the domain area as being the sport hub?
When you compare Nongataha to the rest of the city, yes, it is lacking in open space facilities. In terms of the FDS, that's certainly a key part of the considerations there. So there's limited opportunities around the domain, but as that village grows, there's other opportunities that are going to have to be put into that mix for what is required.
You get it, Rob. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm not too sure whether it is or not. Is skate park, is that still in the thinking? Or the LTP, was it in the LTP? I'm doing a Charles Sturt, aren't I?
Yes, it is. It was deferred for a year in the annual plan discussion, so it's it will come back as part of the LTP discussion.
Okay, thank you. And just the lakefront area, the field, has that been sort of, used as a, like we'll say, touch team to train on or anything like that? Has that been encouraged to use that space, or is it not encouraged?
Use of anyone can book the village green. We haven't had a lot of demand for booking the village green for that sort of thing, but it certainly would be available for it if it was wanted. Okay,
yeah, I think it'd be a good look too. See people utilising that area in the middle of the CBD. Well, in the CBD. It's covered. And just wondering, in your stats around recreational and active people, was that inclusive of hunting clubs and things like that?
Sorry,
hunting clubs.
Hunting,
pig hunting. Because that's sort of
I can't
active.
Yes, I can't recall anything specifically on pig hunting, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. And I was just wondering if that's included in the stats of the, in terms of
it'll be that
play
sort of,
active.
That sort of activity would be included, but I mean, really, I suppose we've focused on public space and.
Yeah. But I was just wondering in the stats. That's all. Kia ora.
Mayor Tapsi, can I ask through you to help us refine, and obviously, as Rob said, this is a live strategy or plan. Obviously, we have to continue to improve it. But the 2 key messages or I suppose directions I would like to obtain from you is that in talking about sports and active and recreation activities, you have 2 stratified levels. One is the community use, the neighborhood playgrounds, the sports fields and so on, which is the community general benefits. But when we're looking into facilities that may be used for tournaments, attraction of visitors, major events, it's a commercial undertaking, and therefore our thinking should be how to maximize a commercial proposal as opposed to a community local support. Is that a fair direction I can take from you collectively? So when we're thinking our policy, we'll just delineate those 2 elements, thinking from a totally different perspective? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there was one more question I should have asked you. Again, at the conference, and I think I've asked this question before, are we in line for a play advocate funded by Sport New Zealand?
Yes, we are working with Sport New Zealand on that, probably for the 23-24, and they are keen to actually do some urban play investigations prior to that happening.
Thank you.
Well, there appears to be no further questions, so thank you very much, Rob. Were there any final things you needed to cover?
We have got Mark here to do the golf facilities, the draft golf facilities presentation to council, which is only, I think, 7 or 8 slides, and we could go through that reasonably quickly, and then any questions on that before we get to Stavros's infrastructure.
Ko Mawa, te Manga, ko Tauranga Moana, te Moana, ko Ngai Tahu, te Iwi, ko Mark Webb, tō Kuingoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm quite excited about this. My role is the Regional Support Manager for Bay of Plenty Golf, employed by Golf New Zealand. So I've worked with golf now for coming up 10 years, and have been involved with this draft Rotorua Golf Facility Strategy since its initiation. As Rob alluded to earlier, there was a wider scope from golf initially. We wanted to cover the whole Bay of Plenty, but district by district or council by council, they gradually dropped out and did their own things, and we've ended up concentrating over here. So I know the reports you've been doing lately are from a wider scope. I'm very narrow, just purely from a golf scope, but with some collaboration conversations through it as well. So the facility strategy was funded by Rotorua Lakes Council, Sport New Zealand, Golf New Zealand, and delivered by RSL. So we appreciate all their contributions towards it. So just a little bit of an overview. As I mentioned, who the contributors were. The process was done through stakeholder consultation, online survey, club forums, and literature reviews. Just a bit of an overview of Golf New Zealand. Pretty much what we're about is enriching lives through golf. And if those of you may have seen the current media from the young fella from Tania tour, certainly enriched his lives. However, I personally see it as frustrating lives through my playing golf. Our role in golf is to increase a positive profile and perception of golf, grow participation, support clubs and facilities. We are looking towards a healthy, robust network of golf clubs and facilities. That is our goal. Golf is growing, but it still needs to be sustainable, and our clubs are challenged at all levels. Costs are going up, cost of living, all of those sort of things may have an impact over time. And we provide leadership and direction to the sector. A brief overview of the golf facility hierarchy we work with is we work from an international course, and some of you may have heard of Carry Cliffs, The Hills, all those flash ones down in Queenstown. They tend to be really top end, and they cost you $300 to $400 to play it. I'd hate to think what they'd charge for a coffee. We then move to a domestic marquee, which is more of our accessible courses. We have areas, Ahopia is a domestic marquee course. We have others that are around Taraiti would be, sorry, not Taraiti, that's one of the flash ones. Tieki over at, in Hamilton is a new one. And we have the majority of our courses sit in that community facility where they're all pretty much the same, but they're all quite different in what they deliver. We also have a number of learning facilities, which is where people can feel quite comfortable going in and taking 6 shots to hit it out of their shadow. So those are the ones where people go and enjoy golf with their mates and just have a bit of a hit around. And then recreational, which is kind of similar to that as well. So very much just that fun golf with mates and friends. Yep. Gives you a bit of an idea of some of the challenges that we're doing at the moment. If you look at the course and facility provision, funding improvements, land pressure, and most importantly, the uncertainty of land. Lack of diversity, as I mentioned, they're all pretty much the same. Our opportunities are domestic marquee course, and in this area here, the obvious one is a Riki Kopakapa. It is quite unique in what it offers. It's not, it is something that is recognised internationally, that it is a geothermal course, which is people come purely just to play that. The course itself has opportunities to develop, to accentuate that, and to maximise those opportunities. Again, there's dollars and costs involved in that, but they are looking at those opportunities. Tourism has always been big in golf, and we talk a little bit about that later on, but golf tourism isn't like Crankworks. It isn't just this mass input of people on bikes. It's groups of 12 or 16 or 24 coming in for a weekend. They've saved all year for it. And the reality with golf tourism is the money doesn't get spent at the golf club, it gets spent in your city. It gets spent, occasionally have a bit of hospitality. It's the accommodation, it's all of those sort of things. So more golf goes back into the community. So operations and membership, it's about member sustainability, it's attraction, it's diversity. We have a bit of perception of male, pale and stale, I think is what most people think about golf. That's certainly not the case here. We have quite a wide range of diversity. We have high maintenance costs. We have a big piece of grass we have to mow. It's a massive piece of grass we have to mow. Cost of everything's going up. We've got ageing equipment and buildings, so there's a lot of infrastructure costs that we're having to look at and balancing just the day-to-day management. On the opportunities side, excuse me, we have seen a post-COVID membership increase. That's been quite important. We actually thought it would go the other way. So it's been quite a turnaround for golf that has created a real sense of space and a sense of safety. So it's been really positive in that space. Environmental, it's becoming something really important for golf clubs. We've made comment earlier about the amount of rain you've had. We're wet, so you're not, is one of the things we're looking at from those golf course facilities. Our golf course floods, so the houses around it don't. And that's something that our golf members don't quite get. They'd rather get out and play. But I think those are important things we have now. Also got lots of lovely native birds and trees and things like that. That's a big part of what our environmental part of golf is. In the partnerships, clubs sharing and combining resources is something that the three clubs here have actively done over time and are very keen to do even more of, to work closer together to look at the best way that golf can be sustainable in this region. Again, partnering with schools, community events, prime example of that is the cross-country at the Springfield Golf Club. Second year of it this year, it just grows and grows and grows, and will be the safest place for those kids to run. It is really cool to see that event. I think last year I did 350 sausages, so it was a big day. Thank you. Just a brief overview of where the network's spread. Not the greatest of maps, but it gives you, it goes as far as Rotorua. We've got 4 18-hole courses, 3 9-hole courses, 1 private 10-hole course, which is Moose Lodge, which certainly covers for the high-end market, and 1 driving range. Driving ranges are a big part of golf at the moment. Golf and technology seems to be moving forward, and driving ranges are becoming an easy introduction into. As mentioned earlier, it is a flat hierarchy with recreational and community facilities as the major thrust. An overview of just membership numbers to give you an idea where the Rotorua district sits. If I look at the Bay of Plenty, there are 4 clubs there with 1,000+ members. If you look at it from a Bay of Plenty wide ranking on membership, Springfield sits at 8, Ariki Kopakopper at 10, and Lakeview at 14 in the region. So they're kind of mid-pack. In the Waikato, slightly different setup. Kind of Waikato, every small town has a golf club. So we've got 44 golf clubs, sorry, lowest club, so go back to that. Biggest club in Rotorua is 1,022. The average club membership is 325. If you look at Rotorua, highest club membership 422, the lowest is 31, which is Waikiki Valley. They rely more on their sheep than the golf. and then the average club membership is around 204. So you've got two clubs where pretty much Springfield and Riki Kopakapa kind of toggle between who's got the most members. It sort of changes weekly, so they're pretty similar in numbers. Yep, thank you. We talked a little bit earlier about the economic value of golf. Pre-COVID, nationally, golf contributed $425 million to New Zealand economy. Golf tourists are high spenders, and this has been from Tourism New Zealand. They spend and they stay longer. Rotorua golf value, and these are estimates completed by RSL, 1.11 million spent by domestic day trip tourists and up to 2.29 by overnight visitors. So $3 to $5 million conservatively in golf tourism. However, and I now know why your tourism body's not interested in talking to me, really 1 to 2% of the visitors spend. As I said, that's kind of spread over a wide time with groups coming in. Okay, so our demand, supply and network analysis, there is certainly a significant capacity to cater to more members and higher use. You do have an advantage here where you're getting the flow on from the Western Bay of Plenty clubs. 1,000 members, it gets pretty hard to get on your course. It's pretty easy to drive over here for an hour, play Lakeview and the courses, and they are certainly well appreciated. Flat hierarchy with no real learning or domestic marquee course, and I talked to that earlier. Network opportunities to widen diversity. So that oversupply of community-level traditional style golf facilities is not just Rotorua itself. That's the majority of areas of your size. If I even look at Tauranga, the clubs are all pretty much similar in what they offer. They've just got lots more people. So the draft facility recommendations, some of them were Golf New Zealand and Sport Bay of Plenty help clubs with strategic planning. We've already been doing that over the years and worked closely with the clubs, catching up with them regularly. Clubs more welcoming to increase participation and diversity. I think, as I mentioned and alluded to before, we are seen as cliquey, not welcoming. Golf clubs are kind of a scary place to come into. We're working really hard with some of the programs we're delivering, love golf programs, and breaking it down. And I think the Tania Tour story shows that we are open to all sorts. Increased use of technology for access and sustainability improvements. Hamarana has an opportunity to focus on catering for the learners. It is a great place to go and learn golf. I took my wife there once to try. It's a bit like teaching your kids to drive. I learned quickly. I'll get her lessons. The opportunity to Springfield to undertake feasibility investigations is the best future offering at that site. There are some opportunities there, and we'll talk to that on the next slide. Look deeper into domestic marquee options for Riki Kopakapa. That is the obvious one. That is the one that will bring people to your region. We've started working already with club collaboration. I shouted the 3 clubs of coffee, and we just had a chat about this strategy that was upcoming, but also the opportunity for them to think laterally about how they can work closer together. We've already had conversations, and we've spoken to Invercargill where they already do it, where they will go to funders and look at funding a tractor to be used across all 3 courses. So it makes it wider for a funding opportunity, but also for machinery that sometimes sit idle. We've had discussions with New Zealand Maori Golf with partnership opportunities with them, and some massive opportunities there. And you've already made comment about the home of Maori Golf in New Zealand. And enhanced connections with the non-golfing community. As I've already mentioned, we've got cross-country at Springfield, and lately we've had archery at Lakeview Golf Club, which is going down well. So that's sort of the way that clubs are using their facilities better. So at Springfield, and it has been a subject of discussion over the years, but this was kind of decided that retain Springfield Golf Course as a community course. If we look at Riki Kopakapa changing its opportunity, and this is not in the near future, but it changes over time, we need that community course. We need the course where people can go. They have a very vibrant twilight competition there with over 100 people turning up and playing golf in the evening. These are ones that this is the way they interact with the game, is with their friends, having a laugh. So we're going to look at undertaking detailed feasibility investigations into the best future offerings at the site, subject to land availability and stormwater requirements, and obviously financial considerations. It's lovely background noise, isn't it? Some of the options to be assessed: provision a 9-hole 18T with practice areas, including putting green and indoor sheltered area for all-weather driving range style use, including high-tech golf simulator features. Yesterday I was at the Gisborne Golf Club, where they are just actually putting in a driving range inside their club rooms and utilising some of the space there. So they'll use technology, and they can do that when it's raining. 12-hole course was an option with 2 6-hole loops, along with a practice area and high-tech offerings again. The 18-hole course status quo option is also something that we look at in the feasibility. Any other options that may be identified during the feasibility stage. I think from golf we need to think well how we can communicate and work with our community well, how we can work closer with the community, more on things like cross countries, archery and those sort of things. We're not just golf. So thank you very much for having a ramble on, but I appreciated the opportunity. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to be met. You mentioned that money doesn't get spent at the golf clubs. I was a little surprised by that. Mountain biking's a big deal in Rotorua, and out-of-towners come along and get free access to mountain biking facilities. They don't get free access to the golf course. So, yes, my mic is on. So every time a visitor from out of town comes, they spend money on green fees, and they inevitably go into the bar and maybe have a meal. And a couple of weekends ago, I played a 2-round tournament at both courses, and played with a gentleman from Auckland who was staying in a 5-star hotel in Rotorua. So you're right, they are high spenders and very pleasant people. But yeah, so as I say, I was a bit surprised by they don't spend money at the course thing.
You may have misinterpreted my comment. The majority of the money is spent away from the golf club. So they'll pay for the green fee, a cart, and maybe some beers afterwards or some wine afterwards. But the majority of it is spent in the town. Accommodation, as you said, a 5-star.
See, the important thing about that is golf is almost uniquely self-funding in that respect when you compare that to pick any other sporting code you like, with the perhaps exception of bowls. Is that right, Councillor O'Brien? Yeah. So,
Are there any further questions on this presentation? Trevor.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was a very good presentation. Can you just explain for me a bit more, read the options? Did you say you'll look at a 9-hole one? What does that mean for the other portion? And a 12-hole course, I sort of don't know. Yeah, if you could.
Excuse me. So that's about sustainability. It's about diversity of our network and looking at what's the best options for the whole region and the golf footprint. So what could golf look like? It's kind of, from a golf perception, we need to look wider. We need to look at what are our people wanting to use. You know, some of my favourite golf is I'll finish work at 4, I'll play 6 holes of golf, I'll go home and tell the wife I've had a long day. So it's that sort of thing for a lot of people, is they'll roll in after work and they'll play 6 holes of golf, they'll have a hit. And that's where those loops are important, where they can loop back to a club. You know, so we sometimes restrict golf. It's 18 holes, it's stable fit and it's competition. There are a lot of people who play golf differently. My previous CEO had a comment, golf is golf. Whatever works for you works for us. So that's, again, looking at diversity of options and those sort of things. And importantly about sustainability. Yeah, I made the comment about golf clubs, some golf clubs get by year. Some golf clubs have very healthy bank balances, you know, so it's about making sure that golf is a sustainable sport so we can deliver it for our grandchildren in the Mokopuna.
Kia ora, I just, sorry, Tony. Just thank you for your kōrero. Very entertaining. And I knew I saw Rob's ears poking up there a few times here. Mine were too, especially with Ariki Kapakapa. Anyway, just trying to tie it into our conversation that we've been having out of the LTP there. Is this basically a kōrero to, I suppose, plant the seed around setting aside whenua to provide for these things that you'll just put up, or I'm trying to find the connection.
It's a good question. I mean, the golf facility strategy came out of the initial discussions around what would be a possible way that we could consider meeting some other land use needs. And those other land use are wider than just sports fields as well. I think this is a piece of work that really the clubs and the golf network themselves need to understand. If they want to have a sustainable golfing network in Rotorua, what is the best options to be able to provide that for sustainable clubs and growth of the sport as it moves forward. And so therefore some discussions around, okay, what have we got, what could we have, what might work, that needs to happen with the clubs.
Thank you, Rob. And just refresh my mind, you've spoken to the other clubs. There's Hamarana, there's Lakeview, Springfield, Ariki Kapakapa, what about Hinehopu as well, in Ngāti Pikeo land, and they're all supportive of the move?
They were all actively
involved
options in the strategy. So they all had they did surveys, we did workshops, as we call them, workshops, and getting them together and talking. So yeah, they've all been actively involved. From here, the aim is once we can release the draft strategy to them, that I've already, and if I look at the three big clubs, I will be contacting them directly a week later to have a catch up with their managers, administrators, to get their initial feedback. From there, we can get together as a wider group. But yeah, they're all actively involved, and I will be contacting all of them.
And I take particular note of your mention of that. The Māori golf. It's huge. It's huge. Yeah, I know a whole, just about half a kawarau comes over to play golf and all that. So, and there's an opportunity there. And I particularly like the idea around the Ariki Kapakapa. It is unique. It's only one of its kind. So we can use that for the betterment of not just golf, but for Rotorua katoa. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your report, Mark. Good to finally see this one too. It's been a long time coming. So exciting that you see the value in the tourism aspect, which I've obviously, as you all know, been promoting heavily, that Rotorua needs a new thing to move us ahead. It's not just all about mountain biking and our lakes and our culture. We need something else to drag people here, and golf, in my opinion, is our next big opportunity. 3 clubs within 20 minutes driving of the CBD, range of hotels. Everything is at our doorstep. We don't actually have to invest a hell of a lot more to make that a reality. We just have to get out and market it. That's all it requires, at least to get it off the ground. I am concerned about A and B. To me, you could read into that that's just a sneaky way of bringing in the Westbrook Sports Precinct concept in a different form. Of course, that's just a
Isn't there Westbrook up there, though?
That's just an interpretation that someone watching this presentation could make. But of course, we don't believe that, do we? So yeah, 18-hole status quo, working together as 3 clubs, absolutely on board with that. I think the potential for Rotorua is massive, and the outlying courses provide a lot of real interesting, unique environments for our visitors who go, well, instead of just spending 4 nights here, we could spend 7 nights here and play all those unique little 9 holes just for something different, because they all have their unique environmental attributes as well. Making a Riki Kapa Kapa the marquee course is obvious. That's a no-brainer. That's unique in the world, probably. One question I did have, what's happening with the goat track? The government gardens.
He means, yeah.
The operator of that basically has relinquished the lease area over the course and is just remaining working on the driving range.
So what are we doing with the land? Who owns that?
It's council land, it's gifted reserve.
Right. So how big is that space?
I don't have the hectareage top of my head, sorry.
4 hectares? 3?
No, it's
9 holes?
bigger than, 9 holes, I
Yeah.
assume, yeah.
So, here we are looking for sports fields. Could be a great location right next to that massive car park and all those toilets at the EEC. There's an opportunity. Thank you.
If I may just...
Hang on, we have Stavros.
Oh, thank you, Stavros. The concept of a 9-hole or 12-hole course, if we're talking about the Māori golf tournament, for example, which is 200, 250 people, if that were to be held in Rotorua, you need 2 18-hole golf courses, as you would with any big tournament. Gosh, the idea of diminishing the golf course down to something less than 18. I mean, we've got a plethora of 9-hole courses around the place, but I presume you're a golfer. Playing 18 holes is what we do. That's how long a golf course is. And for those who are 19 holes, quite correct. That was a point of order, actually, wasn't it, Warry? You missed an opportunity.
Sorry, I'm very mindful of time. Can you get to the question, because we need to move on?
For the benefit of everybody else who's not a golfer, the idea of diminishing to a 9-hole or a 12-hole course just seems incompatible with a serious golfer and holding serious golf tournaments. Just would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, from a Golf New Zealand perspective, through this whole thing, our preferred option is 3 18-hole sustainable golf courses in Rotorua. Alluding to your comment then, yes, it would potentially, if the New Zealand Māori golf competition could go across 3 golf courses, the way that's growing and that market's growing. So, yes, that would be our preference. Sustainability is the big thing.
What do you mean by sustainability, sorry?
So, sorry, to answer the question, yep. So sustainable is being able to afford it.
Yeah.
Is the club being viable, it can survive. That's all 3 clubs, they can survive.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one more question? This is actually to Stavros, because I'm pleased, Mark, that you said you're going to look into including stormwater requirements. And the question I have is to Stavros. Stavros, when are we going to get a report, an update of the holding facility up the top at Springfield that comes down the UT and down to Lani's place, my place in Namutu?
In terms of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, the feasibility and detailed investigation work is not due for another 2 or 3 years in that particular area. So 2 to 3 years between the next 2 to.
Will you be working in with Mark and they said?
No, I will not be working with Mark. Can I sort of get some confirmation, elected members, that the discussion today is about long-term planning? I'm here with Rob and to understand your direction for long-term planning. I take it, I just want to confirm my understanding that this is a report targeting the clubs themselves. We're not running a golf club ourselves. I know that the membership of those clubs are relatively low, 200-300 members on average. Presumably that imposes some financial pressures on those clubs. The next steps from these reports is for the clubs themselves to consider their recommendations or their proposals in that report and take whatever they think is a necessary action. And again, from a Rotorua Lake Council's perspective, yourselves, any involvement we may have into that process will be subject to receiving from sports clubs, from these golf clubs, a business case validating what they propose to do, how their proposal will benefit the Rotorua districts, and then you will consider in due course whatever involvement you may wish to have. Because I don't really want to undertake any responsibility for which I'm not authorized to undertake in that respect. With regards to stormwater management and so on, obviously we've got some rough element ideas, but I think that should not be detrimental to the, I suppose, concurrent use of the Springfield Golf Club as a golf club. But how the golf club can be utilized, modified to 6 holes, now I understand why people play golf, by the way, 6 holes and claim that they've had a long day. That's very good, it's very good, internal information. But from my own perspective here, I would just want confirmation that I will not factor anything in our long-term planning until the golf clubs have considered these recommendations, have arrived at proposals with validation, and then we consider your role as our elected members, you may wish to take into that. Am I correct on that?
Yes, the consultation with the clubs should preempt, and we look forward to hearing whatever the feedback that they have on that too. Look, I think we should move on. Thank you very much to Rob. Thank you very much to Mark. Really appreciated the background of the work that has happened with play, active recreation and sport planning, and also appreciate at this time that there has been work undertaken with Golf NZ. So thank you for being here in person to overview that. Remember, this is all just providing context for us. This isn't the time for decision making or setting the direction yet. But what we will do is we'll then look to take this up in our sessions towards the end of the long-term plan workshop. So thank you very much. And now I believe we'll hand over to Stavros to go through our infrastructure presentations.
And I'll just say thank you to Stavros and for making it clear around how it connects with our LTP program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Sorry, sir, we're just wondering if we break now for lunch. We may do that if that's okay, and then we'll kick back in. Perhaps, can I suggest that we'll come back at 1 o'clock in half an hour? Okay, thank you very much.
For the record, Springfield Golf Club.
Pagol. We'll continue with the workshop, and this phase of the discussion will focus attention on to the infrastructure strategy and related considerations that inform infrastructure strategy for the long-term plan. Obviously, as you'll be aware, the infrastructure is probably not probably, for certainly is the most intensive and high-scale intergenerational investment has been made into this community and any other communities. With the recent asset valuations, the core infrastructure replacement values we've got at the moment for the three waters and our transports are probably in the region of $1.5 to $1.6 billion. So you would understand that that's significant investment you've got. And the infrastructure strategy attempts to identify the currently known significant issues and services, extrapolates various options and solutions to manage those issues, and obviously in relation to your considerations into the long-term plan, it trajectorizes significant capital and operational investment required over the next 30 years. And the key objective of that strategy is to continue to deliver for the Rotorua community reliable, safe, and stable infrastructure, which has the capability and the capacity to deal with emerging demand and obviously the changing configuration of our community and the city. Just very briefly, I'll go through some of the key elements of the infrastructure networks. As you are aware, over the last few months, during the progress reports, I have made an attempt, and I'll continue to make an attempt to do more in-depth presentations for each one of these core services. We've done water supplies, wastewater, and in the next Infrastructure and Environment Committee, we'll have an in-depth presentation about stormwater management. For brevity, in this presentation today, I'm only going through at the high level, but more than happy to respond to any queries or questions you may have. So in terms of water supplies, since 2021, right now we have a master plan for our current demand for water and extrapolating our future development strategy. We have done a good effort to identify what our future needs for water supplies would be. We have instigated, for the purpose of conserving and minimizing water losses, and also recognizing that a lot of our water infrastructure has reached beyond its halfway lifetime. We have a program where we monitor and moderate the water pressure in the system, because as you would appreciate, high pressure in the system in a fragile pipe network creates more breakages and causes some unaccounted for water. And also demand management program, which works with the major users of water to make sure that they are metered and also provide them enough information to make sure they understand how they can conserve water. We also have instigated since 2021 a backflow prevention policy, especially in areas where reverse flow into the main system from some potentially harmful activities does not compromise the community's health. We have managed to date to meet all the quality standards for drinking water supplies, and every year we tick the compliance with those standards. We are in the process of complying with the Director General's direction for fluoridation. We have increased our storage capacity by getting new reservoirs, and obviously also recognizing the importance of our relationship with Mana Whenua. We have embarked into joint resource consent applications with a lot of Mana Whenua hapu, and I think that is rewarding, and it is constructive for all of us, because from the community's perspective, we secure access to water sources, and from Mana Whenua, who owns the land around these water sources, we're trying to put back the wrongs of the past. Again, a synopsis of that, you can see it in front of you, it is an extensive network comprising a number of elements, water supply sources, storage, extensive kilometers, pipes, and pumping stations. Number of connections are significant. The replacement value of those assets are about in the region of $300 million. And again, the condition of this asset is it's about 50%, through its remaining asset life. And we have, over the last few years, thankfully to our elected members, current and past, ensure a consistent investment into renewal processes, because I've said it before, we do have a historical legacy of underinvestment in renewals, but over the last 5-6 years at least, that investment remains constant. The result of that, of course, is that we are able to supply every day somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 million litres of water, drinking water, meeting drinking water standards to our community on a day-to-day basis. Wastewater, again, should not be underestimated that for the last 2-3 years we have progressed sewage reticulations like the Rotorua scheme. The Tarawera scheme is in progress at the moment. And again, elected members and the community should be reminded that every time we reticulate a community, that means we're eliminating pollution of our receiving lakes waters. And that's very important from our community health and for our water quality objectives. We do have a wastewater master plan for the future demand. Again, the future development strategy informs what the future demand for wastewater management would be. And our mains and systems and pumping stations and the treatment plant are designed and renewed with an optimized component in them, which says what do we need at the moment, what do we need in the future, how do we develop the capacity to cater for that in the future. We have managed through a performance-specified maintenance and operation contract to constrain our critical network risks, and I think we are comfortable today that we're progressing in the right direction. The main city for the main city's treatment plant now is in the upgrade process, and again, that will give us capacity for the next 50 years at least to anticipate our future development strategy and to meet higher environmental standards. And of course, that's a significant component of our economic and community well-being and our future housing strategies that you have agreed to. Again, a rough synopsis of those assets. Again, it's an extensive component, comprises many pipelines, pump stations, manholes, and connections. The replacement value of our wastewater system, and again, I'm waiting to see the final revaluation, but I would be extremely surprised if we are not up close to $600 million, at this point in time. Stormwater, again, since 2021, we have identified our main flooding risk profile, and we have undertaken a master plan which ensures that in the context of foreseeable climate change effects, in the context of extreme weather events and the impacts of heavy and consistent rain like we had in the last 18 months, for example, we try to identify where and how we can manage stormwater flows in order to protect property. And obviously, in addition to property, we have to protect the water quality of our receiving environment, our streams and our lakes. And again, that master plan is consistent with those twin objectives of flood risk protection management, but also an ongoing effort to improve the water quality of our receiving freshwater bodies. And again, the stormwater management plan aims to recognize the future development strategy, identifies what what it means in terms of increasing runoff, in terms of additional houses, additional roofs, additional driveways, and so on, in terms of stormwater flows into our system. And again, while we are contributing as best as we can to climate mitigation efforts, at the same time, we need to recognize that any climate changes that are occurring at this point in time are not going to be mitigated overnight, and therefore our stormwater management master plan, it needs to take steps to ensure that we have significant resiliency and adapt to those foreseeable events that will happen in the future for us. And you can see some pictures there where the top picture is from the Linden Park West, that we create there somewhere in the region of 500,000 cubic meters of attenuation storage for the 1 in 100-year event, and that's where we're trying to safeguard against. And the picture below is a attenuation project on top of Morris Street on the eastern side. Now, when it comes to stormwater, and I'll talk more in detail on the 4th of October about that, often people talk about stormwater and there is a little bit of a confusion sometimes about the average rainfall. The average rainfall is fine. We manage the average rainfall. The Stormwater Master Plan targets to protect our communities from the extreme events of 1% exceedance probability, or what the common person calls 1 in 100-year event, that generates significant volumes of stormwater, and that's in the region of about 35 million cubic meters of stormwater in one single day. So those attenuation systems and conveyance systems aim to mitigate the effect of such events, and not for the average rain, even a heavy rain. These are extreme events. Again, a quick synopsis of the assets you've got there, and again, the value of these assets, the replacement value of these assets, are in the region of $250 to $300 million, but it does not capture the fact that a significant portion of stormwater does not go through pipes. It goes through overland flow paths. For example, our roading network acting as a secondary flow path. And again, this is just a piping network, and some of the open drains, but a lot of water, stormwater goes into streams and the lakes through reserves, open fields, open channels, and so on. Again, in the transport side, we have made some significant progress since 2021. The core elements of our strategy is to ensure that our state highways are modified and structured in a way that it will serve our needs to connect with the east towards Tauranga, to the north to Hamilton, and to the south back to Tabo area, which are all state highway corridors. In working with the Waka Kotahi, or the government, or the Crown agencies over the last couple of years, something in the region of $85 million have been invested into the state highways. I think we need more to be done, and at the moment our inputs into the National Land Transport Program is encouraging the government and the Waka Kotahi to give effect to the agreements we have for the revocation of State Highway 30A, the Amo House Streets. And it's about a $30 million investment they need to do before we accept it as a vested asset. State Highway 5 that goes towards Hamilton and Nongotaha. We've got the last couple of kilometers of Ferry Springs to be connected to the Nongotaha roundabout, and also we require safety improvements to the Nongotaha village. And also to the south side, the interface with State Highway 30, State Highway 5, near Peka Block and the Waipa Valley needs some significant safety improvements. And again, that's in the National Land Transport Program, and NZTA have agreed to put it into the process. So those sort of tranches involving a state highway are significant components for our visitors, for our freight industry, from a commercial industry, forestry activities, and so on, and obviously helping our communities residing around those areas. Within the city, in the urban sites, as you're probably aware, over the last 4 or 5 years, we have embarked into a process where we are enhancing our networks that helps the active motor transport, walking and cycling. We have built somewhere in the region of 60 kilometers of shared cycleways. We have targeted initially the areas and the corridors that help children get to school. And again, to remind all of us, we've got about 18,000 children in the district of the age of 5 to 18 where they go to schools. And we have identified that earlier that one of the main barriers from parents letting their kids cycle or walk to school is a perception of safety. A lot of parents used to say, well, I don't consider it safe for my kids to walk or cycle to school. So we've said if we set as an initial target of 10% of these 18,000 kids to go to school every day, we're basically saving about 6,000 vehicle trips every day. And that's got a climate, a positive effect onto that. It's got a health improvement, a safety improvement for everyone. And in the last 2-3 years, when you monitor the corridors that leads kids to schools, you have to identify that between 50 and 80% of improvements in uptake has been taken. So we'll continue to work in that direction and working with our partners in Waka Kotahi to help us fund some of these projects. And obviously, safety and resiliency projects are very important. Those two pictures highlight for you the extreme volumes of stormwater generated by extreme events. So it's not obviously easy when you have events like that to accommodate without some significant risk to our infrastructure. And I guess especially in the rural sites, corridor accessibility are very vulnerable to excessive volumes of water. And again, gradually we have built armoring these embankments, the abutments of bridges, increasing our culvert size and so on. Are we there yet? We are not there yet. We've got a significant body of work to be done, but gradually our program allows us to improve those elements as much as we can. Again, our assets, you know them. I'll just repeat them for refreshing. We've got over 1,000 kilometers of roads, about over 500 kilometers of footpaths and sheer footpaths. And the replacement value of all these assets, I think, in the region of $550 million. The general maintenance and cyclical renewals we apply to those assets consumes about 86% of all the budgets we allocate every year. And obviously, we're getting financial assistance from Waka Kotahi and to the region of 57% at this point in time, which increased from 56% that was last year. When we compare what we call the road efficiency investment metrics, we are equal or better to our peer networks. We're actually the investment kilometer of road in terms of maintenance of the renewal is equal or better than our peers or equals around the country. NZTA, I just noted that they recommend that. They note that we're doing a good job so far. You should be aware that next week, for the next 2 weeks, we are undertaking a technical, procedural, and investment audit by NZTA, which at the end of the day, they invest somewhere in the region of $7 to $8 million a year on our activities, and they want to ensure that our investment and our maintenance programs and our renewal programs are consistent with good practice. Again, the picture to the right, it indicates where our main priorities are. We are a node between south and north, and obviously we have an extensive forestry and commercial industry. We're a corridor that leads to the Tauranga port and further north to Hamilton and Auckland. And obviously the main state highway corridors is a significant focus of our efforts to improve our transport network for the city, in addition to our inner city, urban and rural roading work. Waste progress, again, solid waste management, it was only a few years ago that where our landfill looked like that. really a sorry state of affair with the cesspit of pollution and leachates and loose material. And again, it's quite important to remember since 2018 or so, we moved away and our landfill at the moment looks like that. You can see it's a clean environment, the receiving waters and the surrounding environment now is much better. The waste is contained and leachate is reducing, and obviously it creates a lower and lower risk of environmental pollution. Again, we used to collect rubbish on the basis of paper bags, and we had this kind of random mess around the streets, and of course, what we have at the moment, it's a neat, consistent, reliable service where people have opportunity and access to curbside, waste collection and recycling, and we're having significant improvements, in that respect. And now, as you're aware, you have approved, and we are in the procurement process for the next phase of waste management, what we call the food, organic, and green waste. We are in the procurement phase, and you would expect to receive a report from us around about March, April next year, how to progress with that. But the key point for you to note is that once we finish FOGO, and subject to your satisfaction that the procurement outcome is acceptable, obviously, once we get to that stage, over 75% of the municipally generated waste will be recovered or used for beneficial use. So beyond that, we're coming to a point of diminishing returns, and we have to maintain, we believe, what we have. Councillor O'Brien was asking a few minutes ago about the stewardship for disposable glass and other containers. The government is looking into legislation in that respect. But for you, as an elected body for this community, and once the FOGO process has completed to a satisfactory outcome, I think you've done the best you can do at this point in time in terms of minimizing municipal waste residual effects. Then underpinning the infrastructure strategy, which I see all these sort of things, it's as sister related documents, is our environmental strategy. I think you have in your stellar system a copy of the draft environmental strategy, which you still have to approve over the next few months as part of the LTP. But again, I want to emphasize that that strategy describes our long-term approach to managing our various programs of work, and our environmental practices in order to achieve a good fit with our community's expectations and the growing requirements to protect our environment and to include environmental factors and considerations in the decision-making. I fully recognize, I think the documents came to you as in your Stella. It's a draft strategy, and again, it is for work, for consistency and improvement going forward. What I want to emphasize here is that we should not be looking into our environmental strategy as something that sits separate from every other decision you're making here. Every investment, every aspect of your infrastructure strategy, every decision about housing and future development, environmental considerations really need to be embedded into the whole thinking process, but at the same time, a significant degree of realization needs to be taking place is that this is a long-term approach. And although there is some significant and sometimes loud expectations from the community that will address all environmental issues in one go, I think that's unrealistic. Our environmental strategy needs to be adaptive. Our environment is very complex. It's entropic. It's changing all the time. There are changing risks, and with risks also opportunities arise. And again, statutory applications are modified all the time. I noted for you, I think it was last week in the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, the fact that the non-compliance with legislation, i.e. breaching the Resource Management Act in our legislation, penalties have grown from $600,000 penalty to $10 million for entities like ourselves. So I'm going to be looking into environmental strategy, compliance, environmental approaches, and looking into cost benefits analysis of proposing to undertake certain actions. We also need to be cognizant of the risks we're trying to mitigate. And sometimes this is a bit obscured because the risk has not occurred yet, but if the risk occur, has significant penalties. Again, it's quite important to identify a good fit between economic goals and environmental opportunities and challenges. You have sometimes the concept of a zero-sum game, which says, well, if people were not here, we will have no environmental effects. Well, that's an extreme position sometimes to take. The reality is that people are here, people have needs, people need roofs over their heads, people need water supplies, people need to have employment. And obviously, what I'm saying, a good fit between economic and community well-being goals and environmental opportunity it needs to be rebalanced all the time. And of course, that rely upon your direction as elected members, and obviously would take your direction to that effect. Again, our business activities, our foundational business activities should not be thinking environmental outcomes as secondary thoughts. It has to be always embedded into our thought process. We need to make sure that there is a balance between environmental intentions and the economic affordability of providing core services to our community. I think it goes without saying that the average person in our community, and some more than others, they have high aspirations for our environmental footprint and our outcomes. At the same time, a lot of these interventions to achieve better environmental outcomes are attracting significant costs to that too. So, and again, you know better than I do that the community has to balance all these things all the time when you are asking what is affordable now and what is affordable in the future. And again, the environmental strategy tries to rebalance and calibrate all these considerations. Can I finish with that? And then I will take some questions. Again, our environmental, draft environmental strategy recognizes right now, and again, I will acknowledge that we are not really perfect yet, neither ourselves, neither at a national level, but historically, we looked into socioeconomic factors. At the moment, there is, over the last few years, actually, there is a new thought process which says we need to actually think about what, other components other than economic effects. And there's an indicator at the moment, it's called genuine progress indicator. And you see in this graph there too, there are socioeconomic elements in actions and programs we are taking and derives benefits to the community such as consumption ability, household and community work, and defensive consumption. We consume products, and people want the ability to have access to these products, and obviously to make sure that the capital investment generates returns for them. But at the same time, on the cost side, you've got health effects, you've got the effects of unemployment or underemployment, the effects of overwork to the community. These are socioeconomic elements. The environmental elements, though, which are embraced by a genuine progress indicator, take into a wider view and say, well, actually, if we don't take care of our natural capital, there are significant impacts on our community. There are, for example, the elements of loss of our ecosystem. We've got noise pollution, we've got pollution from solid waste and contaminated sites. We've got a loss of water quality and all these elements that historically we have not been very good in addressing. This environmental strategy aims in the long term to merge our economic considerations as well as our, what we call the genuine progress indicator. And again, this graph there is very indicative because national economies rely heavily in presenting what they call gross domestic product. And you see the dotted line is New Zealand's domestic product. And the solid line is a genuine progress indicator graph. It's a bit outdated at the moment, but you can project it to current dates and you probably find the same kind of effects. But the net message out of that is that when we're looking into economic growth, we generally tend to look at the purely economic outcome of that. When you look into the effects of our environment, the loss of natural capital, actually our domestic product is moderated, is less than the GDP says, because it doesn't count for the loss of environmental capital we have incurred by actually not looking after our environment. And I think our environmental strategy and our proposal environmental strategy is that every time we undertake programs of work, we should actually right now incorporate what we call genuine progress indicators rather than purely GDP. Again, we have a climate, you have embarked and you have an adopted climate action plan. And again, whether people agree or disagree with that, all the models we have in front of us and all the indicators we have, there is a climate change. And the climate change, whether it's induced by anthropogenic inputs or is a natural cycle or whatever it is, you can decide, everyone has got, some different opinion about it. But the reality is that the trends indicate that we're going to have higher temperatures. We will have more heavy rainfall events and more frequent, risk of flooding. There is risk for reduced water quality and the increased risk of wildfires. There's some benefits of having a longer crop growing season and fewer frosts, but however, we're going to have the increased risk of invasive pests and weeds, increasing water, food and vector-borne diseases, and the loss of native wildlife, and including mahi and kai. So these are climate change anticipated effects. And Council have adopted a climate action plan in response to that climate change. And again, the key points of that response plan is that we are preparing and responding to increased severe weather events. The Infrastructure Acceleration Fund is one of them. We are designing a stormwater system for increased rainfall modeling. We're reducing our energy use through changing, the heating of the civic building with natural gas, from natural gas to geothermal, and through the installation of energy-efficient LED streetlights, which have completed about a year and a half ago. We are promoting more cycling and walking, and again, when we talk about transport, there are the health benefits and there are emissions benefits and there are congestion benefits, but also cycling and walking are beneficial to our climate mitigation efforts. Again, reducing waste to the landfill, that reaches the landfill is a significant effect because we're reducing all the methane emissions and so on. And again, as I said earlier, you're making significant progress in reducing your general municipal waste to the landfill down to 75% once FOGO has been completed. We are upgrading our wastewater treatment plant and including increasing holding capacity to better manage inflows from during storms. We're encouraging composting in households. We're gradually replacing petrol vehicles with e-bikes and hybrid vehicles. And also providing advice to households and independent home performance advice through sustainability options. So those things are embedded in your business as usual, are embedded in your infrastructure strategy, are embedded in your policy making. And therefore, when we're looking into a response to climate action plan or climate changes, you should be comfortable that we are already well on the way of addressing a lot of these anticipated effects. And we'll continue to do that because it's a long-term horizon event that we're not going to fix overnight, but needs to be worked through. Now, in summary, when we look into our infrastructure strategy overlaid by the environmental strategy, our key objectives in this LTP and the future LTPs anticipate, because we are taking a 30-year horizon at the moment, is that our core services need to be safe for consumption, need to be reliable. You turn your tap on for water, you should expect to have water available to you. You flush your toilet, you expect that to go away. You put your rubbish out, you should expect it to be taken away and treated properly. You get onto the road to go from point A to point B, you should expect that you can get there safely and reliably. So that's our key aim for infrastructure strategy. We aim to have affordable and equitable risk mitigation. We note community expectations for dramatic changes, but also note that the community has got limitations in affordability, and therefore we need to balance those efforts to the best of our ability. And also we need to enable concurrently, for as long as we've got people living in the community, they need access to employment, they need access to economic activity, they need to look after their families, and therefore those things need to correlate with each other. And obviously our actions need to contribute to climate stabilization as best as we can. Some people say, what's the point of doing something here? We have a vanishingly minuscule impact on the international climate change, but if everybody said that, then nobody would do anything. So we make our contribution as best as we can. Knowing that we cannot fix things overnight, we need to prepare, we have a duty of care to commence and embark and progress on adaptation to our changing environments. And again, these are long-term programs. A lot of the services we've got, including housing, economic activity, infrastructure services, and so on, they've been built over a period of 100 and 150 years. They cannot be modified overnight, and therefore it's a gradual process of adjusting to that. Sorry. Yeah, that was my last one. My apologies, Councillor Kiriaba, so I thought I would just finish just so we can have a conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Can we go back to the page where I put maybe 3 pages back?
Why is it not working? Sorry. This one? I thought.
Nothing, go forward one. Oh yeah, that one. I just had a question about the point to make the long-term strategic goals and initiatives embedded in the strategy acceptable to the employees of RLC. Do any of our, I just find that so strange that that's in there. Do any of our other strategies require it to be acceptable to the employees of RLC? Why in our environmental strategy is that in there?
I think the way I see that is that we undertake, promote, advocate for a whole range of outcomes and the outcomes of those strategies. If our employees, including myself, are not convinced, enthusiastic, and really leading that advocacy, then obviously we're not going to be effective to that. And again, as I said earlier, it's quite important for that. Perhaps the word acceptable can be interpreted as, well, do we have to get our permission to that? The answer is no. All I'm saying is that all our staff, they really need to be totally immersed and really cognizant of and really championing those kind of changes. So I think we need our staff to be leading the change and need to be advocating, and they need to use those concepts consistently in every business case, in every program we do, so they have it in their minds all the time. So that's the context of that discussion.
I just have to say that if our staff aren't aware that we're in a climate emergency, that the world, our communities are in dire straits, if that's not acceptable or they don't believe that, then they don't belong working on anything to do with the strategy. That's just my own personal opinion.
That's fair. It's a fair point, but what I will respond to that is that there are many in the community that actually got divergent views about it. What we want our staff to, to be totally convinced and enthusiastic, and leading these kind of changes. So I think there is always a possibility of applying a draconian measure which says, well, if you're not on board with that, get out the door. But our job as leaders here is actually to convey the necessity and convince all our staff of the absolute absolute efficacy of these objectives.
That's the strangest thing, but thank you. Can we go to the next slide? I just have to say that I can't understand that. I don't know what it's trying to say. It didn't convince me of what you were trying to portray with that. And I don't need you to go over it again, but I'm just highlighting that I didn't get that at all. And the last slide, if you could go to it, please.
The last one?
Yes, please. The summary. Obviously, everyone knows we've got a Rotorua climate change strategy, which actually, if you look at the Rotorua Lakes Council climate change plan, I think we're on like page 2. It's highlighted that Rotorua have a strategy, and it says within the Rotorua Lakes Council climate change plan that council planned to work with Rotorua, on our climate plans. Since that Lakes Council climate plan came out, there's been no working together on anything. We've identified 6 priority areas for our communities, and next to nothing on the list that you had earlier aligns with what we've identified, what our hapu and iwi have identified as priorities requiring our focused resourcing and action. So just for the key objectives, I'm sure you would have heard of the term being used by government currently, which is equitable transitions. And that's basically a requirement to ensure that those most vulnerable in our communities, which we all know as our Indigenous nations in New Zealand, have an equal opportunity to transition. And so I would highly recommend that equitable transitions is put in the key objectives, and that Council follow through on what it promised at the time that the Lakes Council climate plan was produced, to work with Rotorua to align our strategies and to move forward so that there's an equitable transition across our communities.
I don't have a problem, but I hear you talking the council as a third person, but you are the council. So, I mean, if you do want those objectives to be embedded into the final environmental strategy, you are my elected leadership, and I will follow that. So I have no reservations about whatsoever. But I imagine those objectives are objectives that all community should be able to share. Now, if you think that the council, which you are, wants to do more for equitable transition, then I don't have a view about it. It is something that, as elected members, you need to advocate for it and achieve it.
Seems like you might be the number one council staff that might need to be convinced, Steros. But thank you.
Well, I think, no, a little bit unfair comment. Stavros is acting as our expert on this, but also very professionally on this too. He has also just mentioned and reminded us all that this is a reflection of what we're doing, but it is up to us if we wish to direct the staff to do anything alternative or different, of which chance we would get towards the end of the RTP workshops when we do start again deciding that direction on it. We're open for more questions. Greg?
Thank you, Stavros. I don't disagree with what you've got in here, but I think Councillor Patterson raised it about a plan for the Utahina as an example. I realise that the starting point for a lot of the waterways is with regional council, but I just wonder whether there's a mechanism inside the LTP that can encourage a cooperative work plan to make a real difference in restoration to some of our land that then feeds either negligent restoration of water. I'm not trying what I'm trying to say. I don't see anything up there that really talks about us improving the environment. You know, you talk about adaptation to changing environment, but what can we afford to do to make some restoration happen?
Yes, the answer is yes. And I think when I've started this, I've said on the 4th of October, I'll give you a more detailed presentation about stormwater management, because the nature of this presentation was, summary level. The clear response is that the management of our receiving waters, all the way from the upper catchments to the rural catchments to the urban catchments to the lake catchments and eventually the Kaituna, it's one single system. And there are obviously functionality differentiations, who's responsible for various parts, but those things need to happen, as a total system. That includes the maintenance of conveyance systems in the channel, the restoration of the embankments, the attenuation work we do will act as silt traps, and obviously that will help improve that. The plantation, if you go around a lot of the streams, you'll find a lot of what you call underslamping, and undercutting of embankments with trees falling down into the streams, and those works needs to be taken part by the functionality authority that has got the lead agency work. And obviously on the 22nd of September, we are forming a working party with the Regional Council and TRO Lakes Trust to look into that climate change and the effects on streams and lakes and so on. And all these elements and outcomes have to be embedded into a collective approach to that. Improving the water quality and improving the conveyance system are not really incompatible with each other. If you have streams that are not performing their key function of conveying volume of stored water in a way that do not create siltation and do not carry unwanted pollution into the receiving environment, obviously you have a problem. And that needs to take place, yeah. But the stormwater presentation on the 4th of October, I'll pay more attention to that to show you what we intend to do.
Stavros, I just noticed in your report that there was a comment from NZTA that said that our roading was in quite good condition considering budgets have been reduced over recent years. Is that directly from our decision-making as a council that our budgets have reduced? Or is it to do with national funding?
It's a combination of that, especially since 2021. As you're aware, we have been through a significant inflationary period, and the amount of services we are able to purchase for the same amount of money has been reduced. And what NZTA and Wakakota are reflecting that we have not been able to put back into the system as much investment to compensate for that inflationary cost pressure. But they believe, and again, as I said, we've got an audit happening over the next 2 weeks, and they will review it again. But they believe that we've done pretty well for what we had available, because the National Land Transport Program only funds a percentage of what we actually fund. So it's a combined effect. And NZTA got at the moment billions of dollars of deficiencies into their national funding. So they all are aware of that, but they believe that we have not done too badly out of the whole system so far.
Thank you. And the other question I had as well is around the pressure and demand management programs that you have in the water supply. Does that extend to the rural water supplies as well, or is it mainly for the urban, as just management-wise and knowing whether there's leaks and that kind of thing?
Well, at the moment, we're focusing more in the area of urban side because the consumption is the highest there too. And again, one of the problems for our urban side is that most of our urban sites are AC pipes, asbestos cement pipes, and they're becoming more fragile as they get older. And so that was the highest risk at this point in time, but it will extend it in other areas too as time goes by.
Thank you, Stavros. Stavros, two quick questions. One is our Trinity contract, how many more years to go on that? And the other is your own personal opinion, is it working well?
The contract is a 10-year contract. It's got another 7 years to go. Seven years to go. As I said, I think I gave you a presentation back in early August, I think, for the switch, yeah, and I compared that to the transport, asset, base. It is working to the extent that it constrains a lot of our risks in that area because the critical elements of the sewage system, the treatment plants, or pump stations, and rising mains and so are constrained within a fixed, amount of, annual contractual element we have in there too. The contracts takes the responsibility for meeting chartered for repairs and maintenance work, where other elements like transport, for example, when you have an inclement weather or severe weather effect that damages the roads and so on, we have to add more money into that. We don't have to add more money into the whole process there too. But like any other contract, it needs constant effort to be managed, but certainly provides us a constrained risk framework for us to operate in.
Finished, Trevor? Yeah. Thank you, Stavros. Just looking ahead to that workshop that you're talking about on the 4th of October, I think, carrying on from what Councillor Brown raised, the term spongy cities, I've been reading a fair bit about that. I guess that kind of leads on from this morning's presentation, talking about our reserve network, our open spaces, etc., where we have an abundance of flat, grassy areas that may not be being utilised too well by the local communities that could be adapted to act as sponges by the planting of trees, which has the other benefit of attracting bird life, etc., back into our cities and just creating more green space that's beneficial for everybody who lives here. Looking at, for example, Kuido Park, which was a swamp. It seems to be largely empty apart from the hoons trying to tear it up in their cars. So we had to go and put rocks all over the place and close the roadway. That to me would be an ideal opportunity for returning that to wetland, planting and becoming part of our stormwater mitigation network. Also carrying on from that, so just hopefully that can be included as some opportunity for us to look at that as a council. Also, getting back to the cycleways. So has there been any research done on how many people actually use our new shared path cycleways?
A whole range of questions there, Councillor Patterson. With regards to the so-called sponge cities, okay? Let me sort of reiterate that our stormwater master plan aims to accommodate the extreme event of 1 in 100-year flows. There's already talk about open spaces being able to be used as sponges, basically to absorb water, so-called and so on. These are all fine for the average 1 in 5, 1 in 10-year return period rainfall. Once the weather event gets to the stage that approaches the 1 in 100-year events, there's no such thing as sponge. The ground gets so saturated that the rate of acceleration of surface runoff on a grassed area or a concrete area is exactly the same. The ground does not have an ability to absorb more water into it. There were discussions about creating what you call rain harvesting with water storage tanks in individual houses. Well, again, in terms of quantities, in a 100-year event, even 30,000 houses of the urban site had a 2 cubic meter storage capacity for each tank, for each house. It would take about 60 to 90 seconds to use that capacity. So, we need to be careful as to what we call, sponge cities as a silver bullet for everything else. But certainly, there is an opportunity for reserves to be acting as attenuations. And I'll give you an example, is the Linden Park West. It's a reserve. It's an open reserve. We're using it in concurrent function as a reserve, but in the major event will act as a damming, area. So all these sort of things are factor into our stormwater management plan. Now, shear paths, yes, there are live monitors in most of our major shear cycleways, especially that leads to school, and we have counts, and we can provide these counts. I think in the next progress report, perhaps I should bring it up to you. We've got the number of users on those shear paths, and we should be access to you too. Yep.
That would be
and that's
great.
what I said. The increase of between 50 and 80% of use has been done on the basis of these live monitors.
No, the only reason I ask that is where I live, when I've been driving up and down very busy Springfield Road and Pukehangi Road, quite often there's just no one on those paths, and I don't know why. It must be just the random time of day that I go or something. And then you get idiots who don't even use it, who still ride on the road, which has been narrowed for the purpose of the cycleway. And then you've got the rubbish truck in front, and I can just... Anyway, frustrating. Anyway, move on. Last question. The transport assets, getting back to the roading, you mentioned maintenance and renewals account for 86% of budgets. So does that mean that only 14% of that budget is left for new projects?
Well, that's what we are using at the moment, yes. And new projects are things like rural seal extensions, rural and urban improvement projects, some investments we're making for traffic safety improvements, but 86% of the transport budgets cover maintenance and renewal. Yep.
Right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Stavros. To Councillor Kariaupa, I might need to be persuaded about the equitable transitions myself. Sounds a wee bit like a wealth distribution or something from having a quick look on there. But anyway, quick question on the front page. Do you know what the naturally occurring levels of fluoride are in Rotorua water at the present time?
Sorry, I think.
Do we know what the naturally occurring levels of fluoride are at the same time? That was on the first slide I mentioned to the fluoride.
Every water source has got different levels of natural currents. If you take, I can't tell you precisely at this point in time. If you take the water source from 25 Spring, it's got some fluoride in it, and it's got a Karamutekina, it will be different. But they're all below the 0.7 to 1 milligrams per million parts. Yeah.
Do we actually have the figures, is my question?
Yes, because it's part of the design process we have to compile. Yeah.
Do we have it at present, was my question. Or is it
yes, I'm sure we do, but I just haven't, not in my head at the moment.
Thank you. You mentioned the energy efficient LED streetlights, which seem to be rather darker than what was there previously, which gives rise to safety perceptions and concerns. Is there anything that can be done about that? Can we have brighter versions of these energy efficient LED streetlights, or can they be turned up? Or?
I think those luminosity of LED lights is compliant with national standards, for street lighting. I remember that in the what you call the light pollution in neighboring properties has always been an issue with very strong lights. People don't want light to spill into their own bedrooms and private homes. But the national standards specifies what kind of luminosity you need to have to serve the purpose of, I suppose, safety or perception of safety in there. You can always put bigger luminosity lights, but then you need to also ask a question what purpose that is serve and how it will affect the neighboring properties that usually impacted by street lights. So.
Do we know to what level luminosity has declined since we've replaced the old light?
I don't believe it has declined, actually. I think the measurements taken by the installation of the lights, which was complying with the NZTA's and standard. Remember, they funded about 90% of the capital cost of that, if I recall, for that, that the luminosity was actually very similar. It was just a spilling of light was different, more targeted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. Can I just confirm, sorry, this meeting is a high-level overview, is that correct? Okay, thank you. I was just making sure I was at the right meeting. Could I ask, will RDC be submitting on Regional Council's geothermal policy, which Regional Councillor Winters talked about the other day? And if so, will that come from your team?
I'm not sure if we're going to submit. It's not going to come from my team. It will come from John Paul's, compliance, regulatory team, because they own the bylaw that controls geothermal boreholes. But we discussed with Bay of Plenty Regional Council officers was a couple of days ago that the functionality of our respective organizations, at the moment we have some responsibilities to manage geothermal boreholes for health and safety purposes, while the regional council is responsible to issue the resource consents for that. I think we will have an ongoing working relationship with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council in that respect, but I was not anticipating for us to make a submission for that, unless you wanted us to make some submission, obviously.
Second question, can I ask, I know you and your team are working very hard on consents with local iwi and hapu at the moment. Is there a possibility that in the long-term plan that we'll be looking at extending water supply out east side, rather than those like, for example, Maria, Okiri Falls, parts of Hamarana?
Yeah, the infrastructure strategy, and I think I reported back in early June, there are currently articulated properties in the eastern Okiri Falls and Muria and those areas. It's about 2,000 properties. And we do have a master plan for that, which identifies what rough level of expenditure needs to be done in that respect. So there are two elements to that. We have enough water supply for that, and the resource concerns would try to get enough quantities of water for doing that. But at the same time, it's up to you as a council as to whether you actually want to embark into a reticulation of these 2,000 properties, because, again, the anticipated expenditure for that is in the region of $30 to $40 million. And the question is that what's the funding policy for that and the pace of it. But the infrastructure strategy will highlight those areas that need reticulation. And I think that especially with the water regulator coming to effect in the next while, probably councils will be pushed in the direction of water reticulation. But I can't give you the exact timing at this point in time.
One final question, if I may. With your strategy moving forward, when we get into the actual detail, how, given our period of underinvestment, not just under the last council, but over a significant period of time, for various reasons, how far do you see us being able to play some form of catch-up? Feel free to take as long as you like with that particular one.
I think I think unless you actually sort of double the amount of renewals you want to put, now, let's say for argument's sake, if you were to double the renewals for 3 waters annually, then it would take 30 years to catch up. In the absence of that, then we target our renewals in the critical parts and accept an element of risk in areas that are not as critical. That's what we're doing at the moment. As I said, the amount of the difference between the replacement value of the assets and the remaining value of the assets are significant enough, which is roughly equates to about 30 to 40 years of underinvestment in that area. So if you want to catch up with that, you have to double your renewal for at least 30 years, to get to that stage.
Just one final comment. I'd just like to thank you and your team I've heard a lot of comments here today, and I think we should all just be a little bit wary because we've all done a fantastic job. I mean, look at the improvements that we've had with the air quality from the airshed that we heard about the other day, the landfill, FOGO, significant infrastructure in Tarawera sewage, Rotorua sewage, and our wastewater treatment. So before we go getting out the whips and slapping ourselves on the back too hard, let's also remember a lot of the very good things that we've done too. So thanks very much. Thank you, Stavros.
Tika, tautoko. I was just going to mention something. You stole some of my thunder there, Conan. But Stavros, just wanted to go over that, and also, yeah, really good to see that, the progression from, the rubbish bag days when I was just talking to Tanya, when they used to hang off the back of the truck and scoop them up and throw them in there, and that would not be, these days, that just could not happen. But, now we're talking about organics. How good is that? And the landfill, I follow your sentiment. So, there's a lot of good things that have come out of this kaupapa. So, kapai, Stavros. My thing for you too, sorry, just, I think you called it was the GPI, or was it the, and I think Councillor Kiropa brought it up around, she didn't really understand it. Funny enough, I think I did. So, if you don't mind, that was your attempt to show us in terms of when we're making decisions that, maybe a long time ago would have been all about the economics and making it work. Was it your attempt to demonstrate or show in a visual way that actually the environmental considerations and the economics have had to work together, have to come together for the decisions? You can't just rely on one. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. And I think the key message there is that when you look into what you call a cost-benefit ratio for any initiative you take, historically we're taking the financial component to that, and you have undercounted the environmental capital loss, the impact on the environment. And this way of thinking at the moment, it needs to assign a value into the deterioration or degradation of our environment to moderate what the capital, the GDP, the economic effects, positive effects are. And I think that's an orthodox approach that is embraced by most of the international countries right now, because achieving an economic benefit at the expense of your living environment is simply not acceptable anymore. And that's the whole point of that. And talking about that, just I wanted to sort of note for you is that certain actions sometimes you're taking, or we collectively taking, it needs to be factoring in some key climate, improvement effects. And at the moment, you do have a process where we're trying to improve our public transport, for example. As you know, public transport patronage in the last 3 or 4 years has declined by 50%. We went to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and you have said, well, what you need to review and revise your public transport approach because it's not convenient, it's not effective, it's not practical, and it's not reliable. So they are doing that. And I give you a quick example of what's going to happen in the near future. One of the effects of revising the public transport, it will require some changes to drop off and pick up passengers. The Central Mall, for example, does not want the bus stops to be inside the Central Mall area. They want it to be outside on the street, on Amahouse Street. That will necessitate changes to some of the car parking. Some people will come and object to changes to car parking. So you can't have it both ways. At the end of the day, you either embrace an activity like public transport will contribute to more efficient transportation, better climate change, our environment, and so on. But then you're going to have people who say, I don't want to lose the convenience of parking outside where I want to go. So these are decisions we have collectively have to make to balance those elements on a constant basis. And that's what I'm saying in the whole process.
Thank you, Stavros.
I just have a question around the water supply. I see that water supply master plan for future demand has progressed or is progressing, and that also we have 22 storage reservoirs. Has there been any work or investigation into just how much water we have remaining? I know we're incredibly lucky here in Rotorua to be able to source from directly from springs, but all resources are limited eventually. So are we certain on how much longer we can rely on water, if we're thinking really long term?
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. One of the fortunate things we have for Rotorua District is that water supply is not our problem. It's not a problem we've got. We get 3.5 billion cubic meters of rainfall each year in the district. We use less than 0.3% of that. Our lakes, the combined lakes, store somewhere in 0.5 billion cubic meters of water. So the springs, within climate change and increasing rainfall, they get renewed all the time. Now, the only question we have is that, are we allowing sufficient kaitiaki flows to go from the springs down to the lakes, from the lakes down to the coast? That's the only consideration. We're not short of water. And if the springs pose restrictions, you can get water from the lakes. We've got 5 billion cubic meters. It's enough to last us for another 400 years, if we need to use that water. So the question is that we have to treat it. We have to treat that water. If you don't use it, we will end up in the sea at some point in time. So it's just a balanced approach. We need to use water in a way that is sustainable. It doesn't deplete the source, but also it goes gigantic storage in the lake. So.
Thank you. Any last questions? Trevor.
Thank you. Stavros, I think if the Modia people are listening on the live stream would be thrilled to hear you say there's plenty of water. So the question I quickly wanted to ask, I saw on one of your slides we're moving to geothermal in the building here. Question is, have we started yet? And is that an economic decision because that's going to save us money, or please?
That was completed quite some time ago, a few years ago. It does save ratepayers, I think, off the top of my head, something like $70,000 a year on our electricity bill. So yes, we use geothermal for heating in this building. Any final questions? There appears to be none. Was there anything else that you wish to cover or mention, Stavros?
Now, thank you. I appreciate your attendance, and your support in that. As you said, we go through the LTP in more detail. I'm sure there'll be more detailed discussions. And then, what you said at the beginning, ultimately, you are the ones who make the decisions, and we fully respect that, that right, that authority you have. All we're trying to give you here is, a balanced approach as best as we can. But, ultimately, you define the direction you want to take, and I will follow you the direction you assigned for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Well, that concludes our workshop on the infrastructure priority. Next week, we will then have our independently facilitated workshop as well. So we have covered off all of our priorities now. At that stage, we'll start to look at what's our vision. We thank staff for providing us such a thorough background, not only in the presentations, but in the many documents of reading that we have in our Stella. So I look forward to going into the next phase now. And of course, after the following workshop, we will bring back the priorities with some more proposals for us to consider. So thank you very much, everyone. We also are grateful for the opportunity for our public to come along on this journey too. So we'll now close this meeting. And actually, Rawiri, would you like to do a karakia for us?
Ono kia nui tātou. E honore he korore ki te atu e maunga mo i te whenua e whakaaro ki ngā tāngata katoa amini. Hanga mai rai te atu he ngā kohou ki roto ki tēnā ki te no mātou hari tia mana ki te mai mātou roto i a mātou mai katoa. E pai e ihoa toro mai to ringa tapu ki runga i a mātou i whaiwhai hare ana i tēnei kaupapa nui whakaharara mo tēnei tāo ne Rotorua. Tēnei mātou a punonga tiko whakawhetai atu ne kia koe e ihoa o koe hoki tō mātou kai whakaora. Āmi.
And thank you to Deputy Mayor Sandra for joining us online as well. Thanks.
Kia ora,
everyone.
Sandra.